don't wear it, but we need it.
We are absolutely winning right now. Absolutely. We have done more than change the conversation. We changed the balance of power in the federal government.
I have Black mother privilege. And I'm going to start breaking that down for y'all. Because there is a privilege for me as a Black mother. I'm not going to have the same relationship. My sons adore me. My sons will put their life on a line in a New York minute over me. My sons will lose everything they have over me. Over me? It ain't happening. My sons will turn on their father over me. Over me? So when you ask me about my Black sons, the relationship does not correlate the same to what I'm saying about Black men.
JL Light. Lil Quantic, run them bands up.
What is good? What is good, people? I guess it's been long enough. We can finally get this show started. Hit that like button for me, y'all. As you make your way into the room. Thank you so much for joining us once again. We're back to talk about America's woman problem. America has girl problems. It's apparent for anyone who's looking with a critical eye, with caring intent. It's obvious that America, among other things, we talk about the other things at other times on other shows, but today's show, damn it, we're going to talk about America's girl problem. We do have a girl problem. The last time we kind of went in this direction, we reviewed a conversation between Megyn Kelly and Anna Kasparian. They were complaining. They were lamenting. They were hose-matting over the fact that younger men, the millennials or the Zs or whatever maybe, the younger guys don't really care to marry working women. And what that translates into apparently is a lot of frustrated, not maybe sexually, but romantically frustrated women. And again, they were hose-matting about all the romantically frustrated women out there. And we spoke at length about that whole thing. And apparently Megyn Kelly and Matt Walsh, they've been having their own little spats back and forth over the years. And Matt Walsh responded to Megyn Kelly and this whole, what's wrong with the men bit. And we're going to cover Matt's response. But at the same time, we have to look at America's girl problem. We have a woman problem in America. We do our best as a nation to ignore these things, to avoid these things, to pretend like these things aren't real. The men are just, they're just upset. They're just angry for no good goddamn reason. Why are the men acting like that? And I got theories. I got thoughts. You know me and my theories, right? And we're going to work our way through some of these theories and observations momentarily. So I guess the show is just about starting. We are really, really getting into it. All right, for realsies this time. Hit the like button, guys. Thank you all for coming in. I appreciate you all for listening to the show. I think we can get this thing started now. America's girl boss problem, y'all. What's going on with the girl bosses, right? Why do young men not really care for the girl bosses? Why is the girl boss thing becoming a national security crisis, right? It's becoming an existential issue for America, and we're going to talk about that. Goddamn girl bosses, man. What are you going to do about it? Jeez. Let's like the video, people.
This is a day in my life as a perfect wife. I wake up an hour before my husband. I spend that time doing my hair and my makeup before I eventually turn on Creed and flash him awake. It's now time to look at all the pictures of the fish he's caught. So big. At 8 a.m., I make our family hot breakfast while gently reminding my husband our plans for this weekend. It's the 17th time I've told him, but I say it like it's the first. Next, I help my husband find his keys and his wallet At 9 a.m., I compliment him how great his truck looks. I agree that if he bought more accessories for it, it would make me want to do him. After my husband leaves for work, I clean the house, care for the kids, work a full-time job, and still find time to head to the gym to exclusively do squats for 2.5 hours. At 2:15 p.m., my husband calls. He forgot something at home and needs me to find it and bring it to him at work. When he returns home, I bring him a beer and I remind him that I want to do him. At 6 p.m., I bring my husband his phone charger to make sure it doesn't die while he's on the toilet. At 6:45 p.m., I help him stand up. I then watch football with him while he searches for super cool cars on Marketplace.
Oh, yeah, you need a new project. Yeah, get it, babe.
At 8 p.m., I realize we're still missing a doorknob in my laundry room, but I remember that I already reminded him that last month, so he's on it. At 10 p.m., I take my husband to bed so we can do it. At 10:04 p.m., we fall asleep. Another day in paradise.
You know, I think around somewhere in the 70s, definitely by the 80s, it became cool. It became sort of a media staple that we mock the men of the family. It became a kind of a media trope that the man of the family is a buffoon, essentially. You know, we went from Father Knows Best to Homer Simpson, effectively. And the byproduct of that steady, that slow drip denigrating the male figure is that we've come to a point in our media landscape where the women now openly mock the very things that men are attracted to. Streamlabs times, all right, you know what? We're gonna have a conversation with Streamlabs later on, Carmen. I don't know what the hell Streamlabs is up to. I don't think you did anything extra. You know, just be aware though. I'm protected by bots, y'all. Just be aware. Just know that when you come into the monetized channel, we are protected by bots now. I can't always be held responsible for randomized bot activity. But Carmen, I apologize. I will talk to the bot later on when we're not on live. But where was I? Yeah, women are openly mocking the things that men like, the things that men love about women, and almost kind of destroying the things that men do like and love about women. And at the same time, what's happening is a backlash building up. There is definitely a resentment just under the surface that every now and then it blows up like Mount Vesuvius or Mount St. Helens, you know, just a random explosion of male antipathy.
You fucking offend me. And you don't care about anyone but yourself. And your fucking stupid fucking failed career. And it's ruined us. Because you fucking can't get out. You wanted the dress from, I can't believe you asked for that. And the tickets in the Lakers box, I got rid of the box. And now nobody gets tickets because of you. I had to sell the motherfucker.
Why is it because of me?
You.
Why is it because of me? What kind of bullshit is this?
I sold it because of you. I don't have any
Why?
fucking money. I have to support you and everybody else. I have to sell paintings.
Well, maybe it's because of them. Maybe.
At the Lakers game.
Well, maybe it's because of others that you sold it. Why are you blaming it on me?
Box is gone because of you.
Not because of me, because you have to feed an army. Why is it because of me? What kind of bullshit is
I
this?
spent too much goddamn money on you. You fucking offend me. And you don't care about anyone but yourself.
I think the boys have been growing a little bit angry for a while now. You know, we kind of pointed and laughed at Mel Gibson because he was having a moment that went public. But, you know, later on, I've come to realize there is this conversation about the backyard shovel. Every guy has a backyard shovel in his mind, if not in the actual backyard. You know, we have that backyard shovel in our mind just because, you know, only the woman you love can drive you to murderous rage like no one else. You know, strangers, they really don't have much ability to get to you without doing something like obviously over the top drastic. But that woman you love is like a quiet and invisible terrorist. You know, she's like a Marvel villain. But we're not dealing with the women that we love. That's really not what we're going to talk about today. It's not the women that we used to love. It's not the women that we've known and have been known by us. No, we're talking about something a little bit more insidious today. We're talking about a more culturally deleterious phenomenon. Today is the day of the girl boss.
You, for some reason, you don't like the police, and you want to make things so difficult for us that we don't want to come to your school. And listen, I listened to you, did I not?
You did.
You are, and I don't know what in your life happened that you hate us so much that you don't want to cooperate. But the teachers union, and I've talked with them,
I'm gonna pause you because it's not going to be back and forth. I don't have any hate towards the police or anything like that. There are some who come in over to Ridgeview who are just fine, but all of this and escalatedness and so forth and so on, I do not feel safe. I don't feel comfortable, but because I'm the building principal, and I heard what was going on, then I came on.
You don't feel safe right now.
I do not.
Okay, well then why don't you go back to your office and hide in safety?
So, Mr. Howe, did you provide him with the information?
I'm going to walk out and give it to him.
Okay.
Because I can only give you...
Yeah, just give me the top half, and that's fine. I need name, date of birth, and his contact information.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to give you. And then, like I said,
and that's what we had not been provided in the past, so that's actually a benefit for us today.
Because we were the ones who called the school. We called from our ends.
Well, you haven't been willing to do that before. So now, there has been some changes. There has been.
Now, let me tell you how serious this whole thing is, right? Potentially serious, right? The police have come to the school to investigate an apparent bomb threat. And here you are, stopped by your black female BBW girl boss.
Some changes. And you've been forced to give us some information that we've needed. You never have. This is a first for you. I'm impressed.
May I have your badge,
It's Officer Connor, badge 1300.
Figure out what's going on.
Give me 1 second. We'll get the times on it.
You see what I mean? Something in her life has happened, and I don't know what, but she is absolutely the most uncooperative person that I've ever dealt with in a school system that wants the police. But if there's a situation here, we don't need to beg that to get through that door. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, shout out to the girl bosses out there. We are drowning in girl bossery in this country, and somebody's at least got to talk about it. And I'm gonna be the guy. You know. I'm gonna be nice though. I'm gonna be good. I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna try to go out of my way to offend the women's that press the buttons. I hear y'all algorithm harpies up there. I'll be good. I'll be nice.
Toby be good nigga for massa. Good nigga. Don't send Toby away.
Hit that like button, y'all. The Washington Post is reporting that Melanie Krause, the acting head of the IRS, is resigning over a new agreement where the IRS will share tax data of illegal aliens with the DHS personnel. the face of girl bossery right here. Yeah, drink it in. Drink it in. You know, she's not totally horrible looking. Drink it in. This is the face of girl bossery. This is how they get you. With a smiling, middle-aged white woman who just really means well. Next thing you know, you've been girl bossed right up in the gazinkazoink. You didn't even know it was coming. And you know what I notice, what I personally take offense to about all the girl bossery that's going on, it never really gets pushed back. It doesn't really get directly confronted. It's always like, yay, let the women do whatever they want because women are women and that's how we do things. It's just tiring. Vice Admiral Shoshana Catfield. It must be like a Western white woman named Shoshana. They say she's half Indian on her grandmama's side. Anyway, Vice Admiral Shoshana Catfield refused to hang pictures of the President of the United States and the Secretary of Defense at NATO. She has been fired for insubordination. Yeah, you know, at least we can fire a girl boss now that Trump is in office. We didn't really see a lot of girl bosses get taken down over the last couple of years. You know, like Joe Biden was Big Daddy to all the girl bosses going on out there. And it wasn't really cool. I, for one, wasn't happy watching Joe Biden act as Big Daddy to all the insufferable girl bosses that have been quietly positioned into all kinds of powerful positions in America, mayors and elected officials and chiefs of fire department, chiefs of police. Like the girl bossing just it hit peak levels over the last couple of years, and I took note. You could argue that a large part of my my YouTube career has been periodically taking note of the girl bossery. I mostly been paying attention to black women, but you know, all women are women. I really don't care to let the rest of y'all off the hook for the sake of racial solidarity. We're not really doing that right now. Racial solidarity looks kind of crazy right about now, so we're not doing any of that. And really, the more personal criticism I have of the girl bossery era that we all live in right now, it only goes one way. It always goes one way. It never ever considers going the other way. And by the other way, I mean we as a government, as a nation, because women are, you know, ascendant, women are in power, women have rights now. God damn, y'all, just thinking about that kind of hurts. They do have rights, and that should. It's really the terrible reason for everything. It's because they have rights.
They have rights.
They have rights. So fucking what, man? You know, but because they have rights, they have voted themselves into power. And what you find with women in power, whether it's in we're talking about this in the family unit of Black America, but you can also apply this to America's government at large. When the women are in power, the men don't really get looked after properly, because there's an assumption that men don't really need looking after, men don't really need providing for. And theoretically, you know, when you're talking on your rugged manhood masculinity type thing, yeah, that sounds good. If you're a woman who wants to weaponize your unfair gains against men in general, that sounds all good, right? Men don't need anything, right? Because men are men. But in reality, what winds up happening is something more like a quiet oppression taking place where women are through the legislative body are granted more and more rights and privileges while men are granted nothing. Matter of fact, we lose rights and privileges in the long run. And so from a government level, you always do something that helps or benefits women, and you never, ever, ever, never, never, ever are you out of your mind. You never do anything that benefits men. That is exactly what happens in the American government system. It's been like that for a while, and frankly, I don't really know of a great way to break the chain, but that's the chain that we're locked in. The Texas Senate passes Hughes' bill to require retroactive child support from conception date. I think this is not the first time a bill like this has cleared a state house. This is the movement. This is what so-called conservatives do. This is why I'll be looking at conservatism with the right-wing side eye.
This recognizes that the responsibility that the mom is bearing doesn't begin at birth, but starts months before that.
And while I agree with you on that, I think we also agree on the free exercise of religion, correct?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Definitely. Yes, Senator.
So how does this square with Judaism, which believes that life begins at first breath?
Well, Senator, I would say if the purpose of our child support system...
I know a lot of you caught that. I do not want to get tripped up in the religiosity of it all, but that first breath argument, it actually covers a lot of other things that are just, my noticing radar just pinged hard as hell just now. But we're going to put that ping, we're just going to take a note and move on. That was a righteous ping, though.
Is to make sure that both parents are sharing in those responsibilities, and the mom, who's obviously physically bearing the child, that the mom isn't left without help. And so I don't think it's a matter of dispute that expenses and medical care, those needs arise before birth, and this recognizes that.
But this bill is creating an obligation to the mother or to the child?
Well, Senator, that's a great point. Just make sure that the mother is taking care of prenatal care and postnatal care.
Now, mind you, what the position that's being staked out here is we're okay with the government punishing men pre-birth, during the pregnancy time. We are willing to extend government force all the way up to that time, but we will never apply government force or pressure on the mom. Only the men, only the dad.
Most of this, the framework that Senator Menendez and Senator Hinojosa were talking about, and that framework already exists. We're just clarifying that the mom has already had some need for help before the birth takes place.
Should parents start socking away money for what amounts to a performance bond if they have a male child once they reach puberty?
I don't know. Help me out with that question.
One, say, boy child becomes sexually active since they are now open to the risk of some financial responsibility whenever they have sex. Should parents start establishing some kind of bond for that child's sexual activity until they become an adult and can pick up that bond on their own?
Well, Senator, whatever risk that exists today without Senate Bill 942, the difference is that the financial responsibility would begin at birth. So
you will never, ever hear your government debate whether or not to levy any type of punishment or pressure specifically on women. Won't happen. Won't happen. It is a political impossibility. The electorate, left and right, will revolt. You can punish men all you want, though. You can sacrifice all the brothers, uncles, little cousins, all of them. They can all go. But you never, ever, ever aim the power of government at women.
we're talking about significant cost and significant child support responsibility once a child is born. In the grand scheme of the amount that a father would owe, this is not a whole lot of money, but it does recognize that to the mom, those expenses are real and those costs are real.
So under your bill, the way for a sexually active young man to assure that they would not have this risk is to get a reversible vasectomy.
Well, under current law, and I think we all agree that
they are debating men getting vasectomies in the Texas State House. Hey, Friedman, you know, I've been meaning to pick on you for a little while about this because we kind of had a little conversation about this months ago. I don't think Texas is the picture of the American stalwart heartland like we think it is, man. They got monkey god statues going up in Texas. They're debating whether you should have like Indian holidays and shit like that. They're trying to punish men for making babies. They got that Muslim Sharia town popping up. Yo, there's a lot of anti-American things going on in Texas, man. And it's not like the Dallas Cowboy days when I was growing up, man. Things in Texas don't look like they that I imagined them. You know what I mean? And don't forget, you know, the niggas. God knows the niggas ain't helping either. Texas just not really looking like that American holdout like I thought it was, man. We might have to. It's either the Amish or the Mormons now. I don't know where's the real like last holdout of Americana, man. I'm gonna have to put all my money on the Mormons, honestly, man. I'm putting my money on the Mormons and Dutch country. I can't bet on Texas anymore, man. We got to bet on Dutch country. You know what? Dutch country first, then the Mormons second. All right, Dutch country number one, then the Mormons number two. Because Dutch country kind of covers it all. You know, there's the Amish. There's the Mennonites. You got a couple of Mormons. You got a lot, well, maybe not Mormons, but you know, you got a lot of good Americana in Dutch country. So I think we maybe can't save Texas, but we can save like, you know, southern Pennsylvania.
The current law is correct in that a man is responsible for helping provide for his offspring. And so regardless of what we do on this bill, it sounds like you're talking about I don't want to put words in your mouth, it sounds like you're describing the child support system writ large, and it does recognize that the father has responsibility. So yes, men should be responsible.
Once a child actually is alive in this world, under current law, correct?
That's correct, after birth, that's right, Senator.
But does your bill recognize that even in the most diligent utilization of birth control, even by both partners, that a pregnancy can occur?
Oh, yes, Senator. And current law recognizes that because the child support obligation exists. A father is responsible to help provide for the child, regardless of the circumstances or the intentions.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Well, thank you, Senator. Thank you for your questions.
Senator Paxton, for what purpose?
To ask the author a couple of questions.
Senator Hughes, do you yield for questions?
Of course I'll yield.
Senator Paxton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hughes. You know, as I've been listening to the conversation around this bill, it's interesting to me because as it turns out, you know that I'm adopted, and we've talked about that story, and you know that I've met my birth mother, and we have a wonderful relationship. But actually, just yesterday, I received a copy of my original birth certificate.
I'm sure that's nice and lovely and all. We're going to move on now from your family adoption story, lady. I'm pretty sure it's emotionally touching and heartwarming, and you're going to hit all the right notes, and you might even make me want to cry. But we're not going to do that. We have other women to talk about. You're not the only woman playing the emotional game right now. We got bigger fish to fry, all right? We got girls playing a much longer game right now. Did you know the women of government are debating to change a law to help the women of government? Yeah, I know, right? I know. That's literally how it works. That's exactly how it works. It really couldn't work any other way. The women of government are changing a law. Well, a policy really. It's more of a federal policy, but they have to pass a bill anyway. But they're changing a law to, help the women of government.
Historically, it's been much more wealthy, older men who serve in Congress. This isn't designed for young families and for young women especially.
Congress was designed and built for old white men to represent themselves. And, we've made a lot of progress since then. We get into it because we're public servants and we care about representing our community. But there should be some accommodations for family things that come up, like the birth of a child.
It's not like I'm faking, to go party in Cabo, right? Like I'm actually trying to A, recover, but then B, also care for a newborn.
Our job is to represent people, and I'm a 35-year-old woman. All of my friends are going through this problem right now. That is representing people.
American people are not just single, older men with or without children.
I want to be able.
Damn, I was muted up. No, we have 35-year-old women in government having babies. We have 35-year-old women in our government having babies. It seems like I'm supposed to be okay with that. I'm not supposed to have any kind of criticism for that kind of thing. It feels like I'm supposed to approve of that. I'm supposed to like it, right? I'm supposed to like that kind of thing, right?
To represent my community, and I want to be able to have a family, and it shouldn't be so hard to figure out how to do both.
Historically, it's been much more wealthy, older men who serve in Congress. This is
Bring back the wealthy older men. I don't really trust you girls. You're gonna make it like into a daycare or something up there. Women helping women though. That's what our government's about now. And nothing really else matters. Women helping women though.
Hi, as a mom, I know that there is no greater blessing in this life than our children. And I also understand the types of challenges that women face during their pregnancy journeys and while raising their kids. This week, I'm introducing the Moms Act in the Senate.
The Moms Act, not the moms. Oh, not the Moms Act. Oh, you're going to make me talk shit about the moms. See, these Democrat bitches are diabolical hoes. They are some diabolical hoes. The party of abortion is going to make me talk shit about moms. Wow. Wow. You know what? In moments like this, in moments of doubt like this, I always rely on the spirit of misogyny to guide me.
You want me on that wall. You need me on that wall.
The party of abortion is also the party of helping moms out. Women helping women. The Moms Act.
Hi, as a mom, I know that there is no greater blessing in this life than our children. And I also understand the types of challenges that women face during their pregnancy journeys and while raising their kids. This week, I'm introducing the Moms Act in the Senate. The Moms Act stands for more opportunities for moms to succeed.
More opportunities for moms to succeed. More. If there's one thing women like, and I know one or two things about women, but if there's one thing women like, it's more.
We need our weed. I don't wear it, but we need it.
We are absolutely winning right now. Absolutely. We have done more than change the conversation. We changed the balance of power in the federal government.
I want what you white hoes get, and I want it today, ASAP, not tomorrow.
That's one thing I know for a fact about women. If they love anything, the one thing they do love is more. and we're giving them more from the government.
Children. And I also understand the types of challenges that women face during their pregnancy journeys and while raising their kids. This week, I'm introducing the MOMS Act in the Senate. The MOMS Act stands for More Opportunities for Moms to Succeed. This legislation would provide critical support to women during typically challenging phases of motherhood. That includes the prenatal, postpartum, and early childhood development stages. To all of my fellow moms out there, my goal is to give you and your children the opportunities to thrive and to live your American dreams. I'll continue to fight to advance a...
Lasers, I like where you're going, but you should have kept your original spelling. Men get war, women get more. All right, it's more. I like the original spelling. Yeah, you have to emphasize the or of it, because women get women get more, and men get war. And don't get me wrong, you know, as men, we kind of don't hate war. I'm not gonna say we love war, but we don't hate war. But women never offer us more. Men never get offered more. We just really get offered war. And I don't really think that's fair, because, you know, ever since we help women, you know, like vote and own things, men have been getting less and less of everything but war. And women have just been getting more. That's really how it's ever since women have been, you know, voting for who they really like. Men get less and less of everything, and women just get more. Got to find a way to put that on a t-shirt or something, on a coffee mug, on a Stanley cup or something.
comprehensive culture of life to empower parents and to grow opportunities for hard-working families so that every child across our nation can reach their God-given potential and every woman can thrive.
Every woman can thrive. Every woman. All of them. Okay? All of the women can thrive. We're not going to talk about the men at all. I know you were waiting for me to say something about the men. We're not even going to talk about the men at all. We just want the women to thrive. And that's why in Congress right now, I think the Republicans just crushed it, but all the women folk in Congress, they wanted to pass a bill so that women folk can vote remotely, because you have to show up in present in order to participate fully in the government. You have to show up, you have to vote in person. And if you're at home with a newborn, it gets complicated.
Caring about this. Sam's mother wishes her newborn baby could be home in Colorado, not on Capitol Hill.
I rise today with my newborn Sam.
But Sam's mother is Brittany Pedersen, a member of Congress.
Unfortunately, I wasn't given the opportunity to vote remotely after giving birth. We went straight from my house to the U.S. House, so Sam's first outing was being on the House floor, which was wild.
House rules require her to vote in person, but she and others want new parents in Congress to be able to vote remotely by proxy for up to 12 weeks around the birth of a child.
It's about changing Congress and making it, bringing it out of the dark ages and doing things that are in alignment with 2025. You know, we should be able to be parents and still represent our constituents. Okay, I hear you.
Pedersen is a Democrat. She teamed up with Republican Anna Paulina Luna, who gave birth during her first term in Congress to her son Henry, who is now a year and a half old.
It's effectively telling members of Congress, to women specifically, that you either have to choose between having a family and representing your constituency, or you come up here and vote and put your life and your child's life at risk. depending on if there's medical complications.
Luna is bucking her.
Oh, was I muted again? She's on TV now using her baby as a prop. And I'm pretty sure that was a real baby. Like, she was pregnant in the earlier clip I just played, and now she's, feeding the baby. So I'm like 95% sure it's a real baby, but it's still a prop though. It's a prop baby. I wonder where you can buy one. All the gays know where to buy the prop babies.
Republican leadership by pushing for this rules change.
I've gone to the speaker, both speakers, Kevin McCarthy and the current speaker, on this. I've met with them. I've looked at the legality of it, and they said that it was not constitutional because when the Constitution was written, it said that you must be present to establish a quorum, right? Well, in an effort to make sure that it's in line with the Constitution, we actually removed that. So this will simply allow you to vote, not to establish the quorum.
When the Constitution was written, it was written by men for men.
You're right. This place is not built for young families, and it's definitely not built to meet the needs of young women.
That is absolutely right. And I don't think we should just go out of our way to change that. I'm not going to say this place is not built for young families. It's not a family-friendly place in that way. Like, this is not a daycare. This is where the nation's business gets done. And I don't know that I want to turn the nation's lawmaking body into this level of family-friendly. I want it to be as cold and serious as possible. I think it should not become just another place that women work. Because why does every place that women work become this over time? I remember years and years ago, I was listening to it was like a clip of C-SPAN, believe it or not. And there was this guy, you know how C-SPAN has like just randomized callers up. And this guy was complaining about how once you let women into the workplace, you got to start changing this. The men can't talk. You got to change the flowers. You got to put flowers on the wall and change the paint. Next thing you know, everything's different. And the way he came off, he was kind of ODing on C-SPAN, and so the host didn't really know how to react, and they just moved on. But like, I got the point. In order to include women in the world that men have built, we have to feminize the world so the hoes don't get mad. And that's not cool. Because nobody is ever worried about the men being happy and comfortable.
Proxy House voting was allowed during the coronavirus pandemic, but House GOP leaders oppose returning to the practice.
The argument is that it was abused.
Correct, but I would say that in itself is not a good argument for this because we're siloing it. It's very specific. It is to female members who have given birth and male members who have just had a child. Their spouse has given birth, and sometimes they need to be there for that recovery process. I mean, everything that we've campaigned on, being pro-family, pro-life. Yeah, it's a massive slap in the face.
In a statement to CNN, the House Republican leadership said, quote,
Oh God, I
"We
keep doing this. I'm going to
sympathize with
stop going on mute. I'm going to stop hitting the mute button. But no, I just think that the whole issue of how men and women relate to the government kind of breaks down like this, right? Men only really get direct things from the government through their association with women. Like maternity leave gets sold as a gender neutral thing, meaning men can choose to take maternity leave when they have a kid, but women kind of have to take maternity leave when they have a kid. And by making it gender neutral, we can make it mandatory by law. And so we're forcing men kind of into the female realm a little bit, where a man, like when your kid's born, you might want to take a day or two off work and all that, but a full maternity leave for a man, for a lot of guys, you feel like, well, I want to be earning, making money. And then even in situations where you're not really granted maternity leave, the man is the one who has to be earning, making money. And so it's like we kind of have to bend the way things are done for the purpose of female inclusion.
There are colleagues who face circumstances that prevent them from being present, but proxy voting raises serious constitutional questions. It also changes more than 2.5 centuries of tradition, abuses the system, and creates the risk of a slippery slope toward more and more members casting votes remotely.
He's such a good baby.
He's like, he's making this look a lot easier.
And honestly, it's not that difficult though. And here's women again holding babies up as the most impossible thing in the world. It's really not that hard to hold a baby and talk to people. The problem is you want to hold the baby and be perfect on TV for a couple of minutes at a time, and then you get to say, "Oh well, it's not that difficult. It's actually, I struggle. All moms struggle, and because you voted for me, I'm going to use my power in the government to make sure that moms don't struggle, because I feel the struggle. You see this baby causes me struggle."
We all know it is not easy.
We have life events that happen, and giving birth, having a baby, we want to make sure that those members still have a voice in Congress, because we don't want to lose the representation of parents who understand the struggles that families are going through, who are currently going through it, and not what it was like so many years ago.
Perspective is important.
Luna was just the 12th sitting member of Congress in history to give birth. Peterson, the 13th.
You are in the minority.
Oh man, there's that number. That's the unlucky number. It all goes downhill after her. She's the 13th. I feel like we're on to something bad now. She's the 13th warrior.
Let me just start by asking you, I have 2 little kids. I have worked in 2 White Houses with 2 little kids. Just put into perspective for people out there why this vote for proxy voting is so important, why this would be such an important thing for new parents like yourself.
Well, this is a really important step forward in addressing the barriers that so many people face to actually running for office, serving, and continuing to serve there. It's very rare that we have young parents.
I don't know, for some reason in my mind, it just jumped out at me. She kind of reminds me of a Romulan. I don't know, for some reason, I was just looking into her eyes and I'm like, you little Romulan bitch, you.
In Congress. I'm actually the 13th voting member in the history of the United States to give birth while serving in Congress. That's how rare it is, and there's a reason. So it's really about addressing the systemic barriers that we face. But for me, I'm an example of why it was unacceptable, the barriers that I faced as a new mom to try to get to Washington, to vote in person. This is the 21st century. It's 2025. We have the ability to vote remotely. The entire world has adjusted, and it's time that Congress does as well. When I gave birth, before I gave birth to Sam, I was in Colorado. I was unable to fly and get on a plane because they don't let you, because it's dangerous and you're close to your due date. So I was physically unable to get there. I was denied my ability to do my job and vote.
You were denied your ability to do your job and vote. How is that a denial of your ability when you are medically prevented from doing something that is dangerous to the baby? It's a risk. You simply cannot do it. It is risky. And here's the killer, right? Here's the other killer. I got you, Freeman's Journal. Thank you. Do strangers at the hospital care more about the health and safety of your baby than you do? Because that's really what they're trying to do. They're like, listen, that weird pressurized environment, that high altitude, the possibility of God knows what going wrong. It's better if you just don't. Maybe you should stay home and be a mom. And it's like, oh, well, I'm being denied my rights as women.
And get on a plane because they don't let you because it's dangerous when you're close to your due date. So I was physically unable to get there. I was denied my ability to do my job and vote. And then after giving birth, it's the most vulnerable time in your child's life. It's when they need you the most. It's 24/7 care. And so when this...
Yeah, you know what? I think you're right. Your baby needs you. Why do I have to be the guy to say the words? Your baby needs you. Am I misogyny if I tell a woman her baby needs her? Am I doing misogyny if I tell you that your baby needs you? I think your baby needs you. Your baby needs you at home more than I need you in Washington, D.C. Am I doing misogyny if I say that? I don't want to do a misogyny. I've been trying my best to not do a misogyny. And I just think that, her baby needs her way more than I do.
Disastrous budget proposal was coming up. I knew that I had to make it to Washington, but it was terrible as a mom because I was bringing my newborn through the airport on the plane, ultimately to get there to vote in person. And so it was scary. It was frustrating, but it's an example of the barriers that are created in Congress that are unnecessary.
Varian, I just want to double down on a couple things you just said there for people to understand who maybe haven't had kids. You can't even fly when you're a certain amount pregnant, certain amount of months or weeks pregnant. People won't let you fly. Sometimes people have dangerous pregnancies. After you give birth, if you've had a C-section or any other surgery that's major surgery, you're not even supposed to travel or walk upstairs. This is about allowing women like yourself to participate.
But you can't, though. I mean, it's really that simple. You know what? Maybe we should let breastfeeding moms in combat as well. We should make breastfeeding combat friendly. Or we should make combat breastfeeding friendly. Because how else are new moms going to do their job for the government? How else are new moms going to help the government? Because, that's what the government is for, right? It's for helping women. You guys had all these goofy white man ideas about justice and the trains running on time. No. Start at helping women and then work your way down to like all the other goofy things you're thinking about. That's really what government's for.
Being a mom made me a better legislator.
How so?
It just makes me more normal. Now, doing it on Capitol Hill isn't as typical. This is the best part of the day.
You're coming home?
Coming home.
I bet it is.
Yes. Hello. Aww. Hi, Brittany. Hi, Grace.
Cole,
hey,
come here.
Hey. Yes. This is Lisa. You want to get some snacks?
Are you hungry?
Oh, here you go. Banana and peanut butter. Would you like some milk?
No.
Now take me through a typical day. Typical days. It's hard to explain a typical day because every day's so different. Most mornings, it's great to be able to help the kids get ready for school. And we try to be out the door at 8:30. 8:25.
Oh,
yes,
very
yes.
precise then. Tell me a little bit about Bryn.
And Bryn is our princess. She loves dressing up in the princess dresses. She every morning she's trying to get into my makeup bag and put on the brightest lipstick that she can find. Grace is 7 years old. She's our tomboy. She is.
So like sports,
Oh
getting out
yeah.
there.
She is climbing trees.
Show me the handshake. Tell me about Cole.
Cole, he's our 11-year-old. He's our first. He's our oldest. Cole was born with that extra 21st chromosome.
How is any of this going to help us defeat China? How is any of this going to help us stop the war in Ukraine? Hey, how about this? How is any of her extra wonderful momming going to help us counteract the Islamicization of Europe and all of our former Western allies? How is any of this, hyper mommification gonna make the government better? I mean, she's, cute mom and cute kids and all, but I'm just not really, I'm just not feeling it, is what I'm trying to tell you guys.
Which was unexpected, and it was really tough news. It's not what you dream. You don't dream of having a child with a disability. And it's overwhelming in that moment. And I look back now and contend that if any parent upon the
Maybe you could have stayed home though. It seems like everything worked out for you. If you could be like here in the government on TV, either it wasn't that bad or you should have been home. Which one was it?
birth of a child, we're given the likelihood of something going wrong. It would be becoming a parent in and of itself is overwhelming. So you are just trying to wrap your head around this news. I remember it being difficult even to say out loud that our baby had Down syndrome.
Can you imagine back in the good old days of like Tammany Hall or early Chicago politics, a young senator coming into the Capitol like, oh man, I just had a baby and I just, I'm having a hard time. It's just rough. It's like, listen, man, we got shit to do, bro. I don't even know. Congratulations on having a baby. Oh, your baby's sick. That's terrible. What are you going to do about this bill? All right. We got things to do, bro. I know you just had a baby and all. That's what women are for. What are you in here crying to me for? You want to send your wife in here to cry? If you're going to cry, send your wife in here, bro. But now, none of that. Nope. Not only do we have the party of abortion, who's also the party of moms, they are also the party of transgenders who support moms and abortion. Yeah, it's the party of everything weird.
Republican leadership is throwing a temper tantrum. They just canceled votes for the rest of the week, shutting down the floor of the House of Representatives for the next several days, all in an effort to stop the House from allowing new parents in Congress to vote by proxy so they can spend time with their new babies or recover from childbirth. Over the last several months, there has been a bipartisan effort to allow new parents in Congress to spend time with their new babies and to vote by proxy.
Do you play with the congressional babies? Do they bring their kids to you like, hey, look at my baby? And you're like, hi, little baby. Do they do all that? That's so weird, bro. This whole thing is just really awkward and funny. Like, I feel like I'd be lying to my kids, and I hate lying to my kids. Like, I don't want to lie to my kids,
House Republican
Anyway.
leadership has tried to stop this effort every step of the way. Today, they actually just lost a vote trying to prevent proxy voting from coming to the floor. And because they lost that vote, they're taking their ball and going home. They're canceling all of the votes moving forward this week. Now, granted, what they were putting on the floor for the rest of the week is not good stuff. So we should be grateful that the harm is reduced. But it's amazing that the Republican Party, which used to pride itself on being pro-family, is so anti-baby, so anti-family, so pro-forced birth, but not pro-supporting parents, that they would shut down the House of Representatives.
Now the Republicans are the anti-family party. American Man with the $2 super chat. He says, I must leave my children to vote male subjugation. Hey, man. Maybe when your kids are old enough, there will be an American fascist party and they'll vote for that. But that's all you got right now. Male subjugation by weird looking people like this right here on screen. Shout out to American Man with the $2 super chat. Like the video for me, people. Like the video. Support this show. Thank y'all for coming through, man.
I need that money.
Just to keep new parents, new moms, new dads from being able to spend time with their babies.
So today is my last day of maternity leave, and I go back to work tomorrow. And I just...
Anton, that was a dude, bro. You said Anton in the chat says she's suspect. Anton, in case you didn't know, that was a dude, bro. Like literally a dude, bro. That is Delaware's dude, bro, for Congress. They don't let him use the ladies' room though.
I feel like I haven't had enough time with them. I know I got longer than a lot of women get with 3 months, but it just doesn't, I just don't feel ready.
You took off 3 months? You took off 3 whole months and the world didn't stop. That is amazing. I was told that the world would blow up or get sucked into a black hole if women stopped working. She took off 3 whole months. And look at the babies. They look awesome right now. She took 3 months off and the babies look awesome right now. And now she wants to leave them. She wants to leave them. I think you should take off another 3 months and think it over.
I had a very high-risk pregnancy because they shared a placenta. They were 5.5 weeks premature. We were in the NICU for several weeks, so you kind of feel a little robbed of that postpartum experience, and that does not get accounted into.
Aw, look at that. Look at that. Aw, white woman with babies. This picture makes a lot of people mad, but white woman with babies. Look at that.
I want what you white hoes get, and I want it today, ASAP, not tomorrow.
Your maternity leave. It's just like such an abrupt change that you're with your babies all the time, and then you pick them up from daycare and you might just get a few hours. I just felt like so disconnected to them. Sorry, I'm gonna get emotional. I would just cry, like they're gonna forget me, or I would come home from work and feel like they forgot me because they.
You already got another baby and you've been leaving her to go to work this whole time. Terrible, man. This is terrible. Man, women should stop. Women should protest. Women should protest about having to go to work and raise babies. Women should only have to raise babies, honestly. I think women should start a movement. You can't force women to work, all right? Why are we forcing women to work? Look at this. Why are we forcing women to work? This is not good for women. It's not good for the babies. I do not believe in forcing women to work. We should make a law. We should make a law that you can only have a certain amount of women as a part of your workforce. That way, not so many women will feel pressured and forced into working. We should do something about this. We should protest.
They didn't like smile right away when they saw me, and I know they like didn't, but it's really hard to convince yourself that they don't. I also love my career. I am proud of what I do, but there's always that mom guilt of you're not giving enough time to your kids. There was the most visceral response from the stay-at-home moms, and it was far from supportive. Somebody else is going to raise your baby. How could you leave these babies? Save some money and stay home. You can make it work. Great that you can stay home, to each their own. I would have loved to prolong my maternity leave and maybe go back part-time, but that's just not our financial situation. And I don't think that's the average American woman's family situation either. We both have student loans, we have a mortgage, we have 3 mouths to feed. I hold the health insurance for our family. We just live in a world in America where, fortunately or unfortunately, however you want to think about it, most people are 2-income families. And times are tough. This whole pandemic and inflation, it's difficult. So many people from so many other countries chiming in with their maternity and paternity leaves are. A lot of the European countries and Canada are 12 plus months for women. That's kind of more like the message I would love to talk about and get across, is that could be a lot better.
Damn, you have to pay a whole year in Canada? You get 12 months off? That's wild. That's wild. They're going to try to do that in the American government next. Watch.
There's a Democrat Congress lady, Brittany Pedersen, I think her name is, who is demanding. She walked up to the microphone on the floor of Congress with her fellow congressmen around her, carrying a little baby. And she demands that Speaker Johnson violate the Constitution to permit proxy voting, so no longer require that legislators actually show up to cast their vote in the chamber.
And Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to this rule, which restricts moms and dads from doing their jobs after welcoming a new child. Like so many of our colleagues, it's one of my greatest honors to be a mom. I have 2 little boys, a son named Davis, who's 5, and my little guy here, Sam, who's now 9 weeks old.
This is what terrorists do. They stand in front of the camera holding a baby and they present their demands. Because otherwise, you know what might happen to this cute little innocent baby. This is exactly what terrorists do. Thought you were going to fool me with your postpartum look? No, I know a terrorist when I see one.
It's also one of my greatest honors to have been elected by my constituents to represent them in Congress. And I can tell you, after being a mom here and being only the 13th member to have ever given birth while serving in Congress, voting member, I can tell you we have a long ways to go to make this place accessible for young families like mine. When I was pregnant, I couldn't fly towards the end of my due date because it was unsafe for Sam. And you're unable to board a plane. And I was unable to actually have my vote represented here in my constituents.
That baby is hungry. That baby is hungry. And you made sure to not feed the baby so the baby would be extra finicky while you actually stood there pretending to be a struggling mom in front of Congress, who, by the way, Congress provides for daycare and nursery services. You know that, right? It's not like they make you just leave the baby in the office unattended while you go into the house or floor and say words to people. No, you have options. But I know what a hungry baby sounds like, and I feel like you need to go back there and feed your baby. You left all the formula in the office, right? Or you just don't want to whip out a titty in front of everybody on camera.
Represented. After giving birth, I was faced with an impossible decision. Sam was 4 weeks old. And for all of the parents here, we know that when we have newborns, it's when they're the most vulnerable in their life. It's when they need 24/7 care, when taking them even to a grocery store
She is
scary
intentionally
because
starving the baby so that we vote for her. That baby hungry. He about to fire her for titty. He gonna start hitting her next. Watch. That baby gonna start hitting her if she don't pop one out real quick. Stop playing with me. And who are all these people you got me in front of? That baby is not happy right now.
you're worried about exposure to germs and them getting sick, let alone taking them to an airport, on a plane, and coming across the country to make sure that you're able to vote and represent your constituents. I was terrified that no matter what choice I made, that I would have deep regrets for the consequences. So Sam and I made the trip out, and this is our third time now coming to the floor for this vote. I want to thank all the people who have stood by us. I want to thank Representative Luna.
This is like blackmail and child abuse all at the same time. Your women are amazingly devious, and you have to kind of have a hard heart to really see the manipulation at play here. I don't know, maybe you kind of have to experience the evil of women to really get what's happening here. Because you could really have tended to the baby. You could have had a staffer feed the baby, just give the staffer a bottle and, go sit in the back. I mean, then there's the Senate nursery, right? Like they have the best federal nursery that money can buy, right? It's not like one of them government nurseries in the projects in Chicago or Brooklyn or something like that. Like, no, it's a nursery for the senators, you know what I mean? So they got real people in there, none of those transgender story time people. They got actual good people watching their kids. But no, you are here on camera holding a finicky baby because it looks good for you. This is extortion and child abuse. And it's a toxic femininity all wrapped up in one burrito.
For being such a champion on this issue. And while Sam is the best baby,
Sam is not happy. None of us are happy right now. None of us are happy right now. You up here showing off Sam. Sam look like he need help. Sam got his little fist in the air. He help me. Help me. I do not feel loved right now.
I apologize for the noises here, but I want to thank Representative Luna for being such a champion on this issue, alongside the rest of my colleagues who have led this charge and supported us in our efforts to pass this resolution. When I hear from members about their stories, whether they're a mom or a dad,
I don't care about their stories. I'm done. That's enough child abuse for one day.
But they send someone else to do it because sometimes women give birth and they want to stay home with their mothers, but they still want to vote in Congress. And so we need to shred the Constitution, shred hundreds of years of norms, shred the legislative process, because this lady can't bring her baby into Congress except when she wants to showboat and make a point about how she doesn't want to show up to Congress.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to this rule, which restricts moms and dads from doing their jobs after welcoming a new child. Like so many of our colleagues, it's one of my greatest honors to be a mom. I have 2 little boys, a son named Davis, who's 5, to make this place. They're unable to board a plane.
Why are you taking them to Congress? Why are you even going to Congress and collecting all those germs and coming? She says she was faced with an impossible choice between caring for her newborn baby.
Don't those old people in Congress have COVID? I mean, you brought your baby. Oh my God, it's terrible.
Baby, and flying to Congress to pursue her personal political ambitions. That's not an impossible choice. That's not a difficult choice at all. At least it shouldn't be. Newborn babies need their mothers. Constituents need their legislators. We don't always feel like we need our legislators, but we do. That's how the government works. That's how We're supposed to make laws in this country according to the Constitution. We do. People need government, actually. Both of those statements are true, and life entails limits and responsibility. A person cannot simultaneously do both of those things. To be a mother to a newborn baby, we're talking days old baby, you need to be at home with the baby. You need to do what's best for the baby. You need to put your own personal ambitions aside for a second, okay? And to pass laws.
And by the way, her husband ain't shit. Because not only did you not stop this from happening, you could have been the one in the office taking care of the baby. Like, I don't know what you're doing for a living. Maybe you have to go to work. Maybe you got to drive a bus or something. I don't know. But you let this happen, bro. Now we're all talking about you and your family on TV.
You actually can't really do it just by texting from your couch. And you really can't do it just by appointing someone else to be a legislator in your stead. That's not what your constituents signed up for. That's not what the Constitution demands. You do have to go to Washington, and you got to wheel, and you got to deal, and you got to form relationships, and you got to do that job. And the baby has needs, and the constituents have needs, and you can't do them both at once. What are we going to do? Are we going to install a delivery bed?
You heard that? Michael says we have needs, all right? We have needs, goddammit. You can't just ignore us because you had a baby. We all have needs. Ladies who've had children, isn't that an awkward conversation? I have needs, goddammit. You can't just ignore me because of the baby.
In the cloakroom? We can't have... That's if we follow the Constitution and do not permit proxy voting, that's the logical conclusion. Because what if there's a vote while this woman's giving birth? She needs to be able to vote, right? So we could install a delivery bed in the cloakroom, or we could ignore the Constitution. We could just make it a regular rule of the U.S. Congress that you don't actually have to show up to vote, or even to wheel and deal, to come to negotiations, to try to form coalitions, to do the actual work of a legislator. You can just do it. You can just do it from your couch. And look, maybe we should just raise the whole Capitol building at that point, because you don't need to show up. You just do it virtually. We can zoom in.
Right. You know what? I got an even better idea. We can have like a Zoom government just for women. They can Zoom vote, they can Zoom debate, and they can Zoom whatever. And they can have a whole Zoom government. And then the guys just run America like we used to. I think that'll work, actually. We should let all the women just debate and vote on Zoom and let them get it out of their system, and then let the men actually run the government. And I think if you found a way to package it just right, we could actually sell it to the women. We just got to get like the right marketing
to our legislative process, right? We could do that. Or hear me out. Here's my crazy idea. Maybe people who are about to become new mothers can wait until the kids are out of diapers, at least, before pursuing their own personal political ambitions and prioritizing that over the other things that they want in their life, like raising a family. Just an idea. Maybe our legislators, at the very least, can recognize that life requires one to make some choices and respect some limits and fulfill one's responsibilities. That should not be a tough choice. Some people are really mistaken about this. They come out, they say, oh, how good it is that there's a baby in Congress. You know, it's really normalizing babies. And we need more babies in America. And we do need more babies in America. Our birth rate has collapsed. Family is a good thing. Our popular culture speaks of babies as though they were some kind of sexually transmitted disease to be avoided at all costs. So that's true. We do need to normalize babies. But not everywhere. Babies should not be raised on the floor of Congress.
We don't need to normalize babies, dummy. Babies are normal already. The nation of single moms. Babies are normal already. We need to normalize families, all right? That's what we need to normalize. And family means that you can't drag your newborn and breastfeed in Congress. All right, that's kind of the thing. Normalizing babies is not, I repeat, not what we need to do. And shout out to everybody in the chat. We're starting to build a little audience here, but I got way too many people in the main chat. If you are listening on the Hood Conservative channel right now, I need you to click the link. I've done some soul searching, and I've decided to just rename the other channel Hood Conservative 2, because, you know, why abandon a good brand? And I want you guys in the main channel to click that link and get over to the other chat, because I need to run the numbers up. I need you to help me run up the numbers on the other channel. And there's way too many people in that main chat. So hit this link in there and get yourselves over to the other chat room and hit the like button for me. And then subscribe and do all the other things. And maybe join the membership while you're in there. Take a look around, you know, read a brochure, some things you might like.
It is not appropriate to bring babies to Congress. Congress is a good thing for all of its flaws. It's a good thing that we have a legislative body, and babies are certainly a good thing, but they don't always belong together. I love babies. I have 3 of my own. I hope to have many more. I also love cigar bars. I don't take my baby to the cigar bar. It is not appropriate to bring babies to every place.
You know, speaking of inappropriate, let me tell you guys a little story, right? Story time. Not too long ago, I was a Pennsylvania resident, and I had joined the Pennsylvania Medical Marijuana Club. Therefore, I could legally purchase and consume marijuana products from licensed dispensaries all throughout the state. And I had happened to just perchance visit one of these fine establishments not too far from the Philadelphia area. And I'm walking in the joint. And if you don't know, most of these places, they kind of have like a bubble security system. Like you walk in the first door, and then there's just a little room with a security, and you show the your ID or whatever. And then they buzz you into the next room, which is like the sales floor, and that's where you make selections and talk to staff. And I get through all that. And as I'm leaving, there's an alternative door. They don't let you come out the same door you went through. You have to go out another door. And as I'm leaving, I go out this other door, and there's a bunch of like middle-aged white women with strollers and children just vaping and smoking, and kids running around. It's like a playground in there. You can hear children playing, white women laughing, talking about bullshit. Like, it was so far out. I'm like, you hoes bring your babies to the plug house. That's crazy. But it's not the plug house, and it's a dispensary. But in my mind, I'm just like putting it together in the only way that I can relate this amazing thing. And it's like, wow, unbelievable. This is totally not appropriate. Kids don't belong here.
I also love cigar bars. I don't take my baby to the cigar bar. It is not appropriate to bring babies to every place. There are different spaces for different aspects of your life, okay? Different parts of this complex, beautiful tapestry of human life. And no, being the mother to a newborn baby does not mix with the work of being a legislator. There's a reason that only 13 voting members of Congress have ever given birth while serving in that body. Frankly, I'm shocked the number is so high. But this woman, she wants to have it all. She wants to have it all. And so she's teamed up not only with other Democrats, but actually with a Republican, a supposedly conservative Republican legislator, to whine to CBS News about how those sexist Republicans won't let mommy simultaneously.
We've been telling women they can have it all, I don't know, ever since like Wonder Woman, the TV show in the 70s. Maybe even earlier than that. But nobody gets to have it all. That is literally like a lie from the devil himself. No one has it all. But women believe it's possible. And then this is the thing. This is what kills men about women. Like, this is what breaks men heart. This is what breaks the hearts of men the most in regards to women, right? Women will sacrifice most in the hunt for all. Right now, we have a nation of men, and the children of these men, the sons of these men, who've watched their moms sacrificed. Their mothers have sacrificed having most of everything for the possibility of having everything, and you get nothing after that. There is no all. The never-ending quest for more kind of ends with nothing. And that's a hard pill. That's a really bitter pill for a lot of people to swallow. You know, men face that problem in totally different ways, but for women, they will totally sacrifice having almost everything for the chance of everything, and we all walk away with nothing.
Take maternity leave and be a constantly active, doesn't miss a vote member of Congress.
Historically, it's been much more wealthy, older men who serve in Congress. This isn't designed for young families and for young women especially.
Congress was designed and built for old white men to represent themselves. And, we've made a lot of progress since then. We get into it because we're public servants and we care about representing our community. But there should be some accommodations for family things that come up, like the birth of a child.
It's not like I'm faking, to go party in Cabo, right? Like, I'm actually trying to A, recover, but then B, also care for a newborn.
That woman, that's Anna Paulina Luna, right? That's a Republican, a supposedly conservative member of Congress.
Yeah, shout out to all the conservative feminists out there. I see y'all. We know what's up now.
Who is sitting there? Well, one of her colleagues says, this body, Congress, is just really, it's only ever been for those terrible old white men. I hate those old white men. And then we've got a Republican legislator sitting there smiling during that statement. With Republicans like this, who needs Democrats?
Who needs Democrats, right? And you know what? Last time we were in this direction, we were having this conversation about Megyn Kelly. And like I said, Matt Walsh, he issued a response to Megyn Kelly. And I'm going to cut off our friend Michael, and we're going to jump over to Matt Walsh now.
Over the past few weeks, we've spent a considerable amount of time talking about marriage from the perspective of a man. This is a...
Now, actually, while we're taking this little bit of a hard break in the conversation, let me do this. We are going to try to move most of the audience over. So right now, I'm going to close down the main channel, and the rest of this show, you have to hit the link to catch the rest of this live stream. If you are listening in the main chat, I welcome you to hit the link and subscribe to the new channel, the newly monetized home channel. This is the new house, y'all. We live in here now. We still got furniture at the whole house. I'm going to pay some bills and keep the lights on, but we living over here now. And so we got to get up out of here. I appreciate you guys for following us, but we are going to shut this channel down. We'll be right back with you guys.
It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done.
Perspective that isn't discussed often enough and is even less understood. A couple of weeks ago, we talked about the concept of emotional labor, which is a term used almost exclusively by women about themselves. The claim, which you'll find in a million articles or hear in a million TikTok videos, is that women carry a disproportionate amount of the emotional and mental burdens of marriage and family life, and I explained why that is a rather severe misconception. This past Friday, we talked about the wildly viral video of a feminist social media influencer who announced to the world that she almost divorced her husband for failing to do household chores when and how she wanted. And I, again, explained in detail why that woman has an attitude that will kill her marriage, just like it's killed so many thousands of marriages before hers. Now, we're not going to rehash either of those conversations, but we are going to spend some more time in this general vicinity. A couple of days ago, Megyn Kelly jumped into the fray. She shared her own reaction to that viral video I just mentioned. She seemed to generally disapprove of the woman castigating her husband publicly, But she also disapproves of the way that many men on the right approach and talk about marriage. And I'm going to play those comments from Megyn and offer a response. But before I do that, I need to rewind the clock by about a year to set the stage. And before I do that, I need to preface everything I'm saying by saying that I personally like Megyn. I've been on her show a number of times. I've had nothing.
Oh, stop the cat. Stop the cat. She is a conservative feminist. She is trying to girl boss the right wing. And you've bumped heads with her because you smelled a rat. All right? You don't want to say it because, you know, you're all nice and you got the friendly white guy beard. That's fine. Fine. I'll be the guy, all right? Somebody has to be the guy. I'll be the guy. I'll say it. She on some bullshit.
Somebody had to do it. I am the chosen one. Somebody had to do it.
Nothing but pleasant interactions with her. I met her in person for the first time at one of the inaugural balls in January. I found her to be very kind in person. So I have no personal problem with her at all. But she does have a bit of a problem with me, it would seem. So before we get to Megyn's comments this week, I'm going to play something that she said about me last year. And I heard this clip at the time, but I decided not to say anything about it or to respond to it. I try not to get into public spats with people on our own side, which is why I quite frequently let it slide when people on our side, who I thought were friends or at least friendly, take shots at me, which it happens all the time. But I feel it necessary to bring this up now because it will provide some important context to Megyn's remarks last week. And also, I think the conflict between feminism and what we now call the traditional view of marriage and gender roles is coming to a head. It's coming to a head on the right. And now is the time to get it all out in the open. As conservatives, we have to decide if we want to conserve the view of the sexes that was held by basically everyone in the world for all of human history until the middle of the 20th century, or if we want to conserve feminism. We cannot conserve both. And I know which I prefer. So with that said, let's go back to February 3rd, 2024, when Megyn Kelly appeared on a podcast called Chicks on the Right. At the time that this podcast was recorded, Megyn was pretty angry at me for making some derogatory comments about feminism, as I tend to do. And here is the setup from the host. Listen.
I think it was right after you'd written a book. And so we had you on to talk about your book. And there was some controversy happening at the time with Matt Walsh. And I know you had a beef with him recently on Twitter.
Back then
about
there was a
similar
controversy?
topic. Yes.
Oh my God.
There was controversy because he's always been the same guy when it comes to women have their place and that needs to be at home and they shouldn't have careers and all that stuff. So, and it was about that. And we talked to you about that. And you said something that has never left my brain. And I loved how you said it. And I refer back to it all the time because I struggled with his arguments. He's very persuasive. He's an excellent writer, as I'm sure you know. And his criticisms were like getting to me. And I remember that I asked you about it in that show. And you said, I just know that having a career and family, having that career makes me the best version of myself for my family.
That is bullshit. No, it's impossible that having a career makes you the best version of a mom for your family. And I'm not even blaming that entirely on the women individually because, you know, we do live in current year and, you know, the economic reality is if you want to live well, most people have to, you know, chip in financially. And so that's not really my criticism. That's not the direction I really want to go in. But we brought this up the last time around. It's just a physical reality. The time you take away from here is time you should be putting there. I don't know how you could argue that makes you a better mom. If you put time on the football court instead of, if you put time on the basketball court instead of in the books, how does that make you a better student? Or vice versa. If you put all your time in the books but not on the basketball court, how does that make you a better athlete? But somehow women get to have it all and then lie to us about how much of all of it they actually do have. Hey, shout out to Ivan My man Ivan with the $2 super chat. I like your channel, dude. Greetings from East EU. Hey, listen, man, shout out to the EU. You guys got problems over there, man. I hope everything goes well for you guys. Appreciate the support. Keep watching. I hope you subscribe to the channel. We are going to keep more content coming out. This is a new channel, but it's an old channel because I've been around for a while. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the support, though. Hit that like button for me, y'all.
I need that money.
And I was like, that is the perfect way to describe how we think, I think how we feel about our own careers.
Absolutely.
It just really resonated with me. And so when I saw you guys kind of beefing about a month ago or 3 weeks ago or whatever about the similar issue.
Okay, so we'll get to Megyn's what she says in a second. Well, I will say guilty as charged. I have always been the same guy. For the most part, I'm saying the same things now that I said 13 years ago when I was a mostly unknown blogger with like 5,000 Twitter followers. I might be a jerk, but at least I've always been the same kind of jerk. You have to give me that. But Megyn Kelly has had enough of it. She's had enough of my crap, and she wants me to shut up. And I'm not exaggerating. That's what she said verbatim. Listen.
And again, having said that, I like the guy. I'm getting a little tired of his nonstop judgment of women who make different choices than the ones he wants us to make. Sorry, Matt, you're not our Jesus. We don't answer to you. Like, live your life the way you want to live it and stop judging everybody who makes a different choice. I'm sick of it. I know you gals, and generally women, we're not judging moms who choose to stay at home and raise their kids. That's a choice we celebrate.
Absolutely
we
not.
love. Those are our sisters and our friends and our moms. Women aren't doing this to other women for the most part. It's guys like Matt. Like, shut up. I'm not out there saying your wife is boring and a loser because she decided not to get a job. I don't think that. I think it's awesome. She's the mother of 6 children. She must be incredibly busy. But why are you looking at every woman who works and trying to pass judgment and make her feel guilty about her choices all the time? It's a fail.
We don't make you feel guilty. The guilt was already inside of you. It's not our fault that you started feeling it.
We don't feel guilty because of you, but I'm just getting tired of his random posts about how the one woman who said, oh, I'm confessing that I really liked it when the guy I dated wanted to pay for the meal. And he's like, no, you can't have that unless you play the traditionally feminine role. Who died and made you boss of all women? What are you saying? Like, I don't know why he feels the need to try to set fake guardrails around our behavior. It's a no, Matt. We don't need you.
Yeah. Although we have seen, though, there are a lot of these conservative pundits, younger ones, the younger women who are kind of taking that discourse and running with it and saying, hey, say no to the high-powered careers, ladies.
Wow. Megyn. Okay. I confess that I don't take very kindly to being told to shut up, especially by someone who's supposed to be on the same side and who could reach out to me and voice her concerns privately if she wanted to. But it doesn't hurt my feelings. I could take the heat, which is why I let this go at the time. But this rant is now newly relevant given what she said last week. So keep in mind the language that Megyn just used. She said that I don't understand women. I'm trying to control women. I'm trying to tell women what to do. I'm trying to be Jesus. I'm trying to be the Jesus of women or whatever. I'm judging women. I'm putting up guardrails. Now, I don't think that that's an accurate characterization at all, but I do think that these terms would pretty well describe Megyn's attitude towards young men. So here she is on her show last week. Listen.
But here's what's happening on the right. Young women, I talk to young conservative women all the time about their lives and their goals and, the things that they want. And what's happening is they can't find men who are maybe more conservative. Usually they're looking for somebody who is religious, like a lot of conservative women tend to be God-loving conservatives.
What if, hear me out, if you are a career-oriented, type A driven personality kind of woman, the higher you climb, the more you succeed in the world, the more you deserve and earn and are only really compatible with what's effectively the beta men for you anyway. You would consider these men beta or less than. you've actually leveled yourself up out of the game for most men.
And they can't find a lot of young men who want to marry a working woman now. And this is an actual problem that's coming up on the right. And to me, it's so sad because it's like, how did we get to the point where we're now telling young, conservative, amazing women that they're not attractive if they also work, if they choose to, let's say, do what I'm doing and what you're doing and like get their voice out there. But I'll stick with me just because I think conservatives listening to this will like the thought of another Megyn Kelly voice up and coming. Well, why wouldn't we want that? Why would we take somebody who's talented in this field and really wants to make a difference and have the messaging to her be, you're really not that valuable unless you give it up and go into the home and only have a family and only raise a family. And not only are we sending her that message, but young men are actually believing that. They're actually believing it, especially on the right, because like the trad mom has gotten so popular. And it's like, no, if we do that, we're not going to have any strong conservative or right-leaning women to provide a role model for younger conservative women who, and there's nothing to apologize for here, don't necessarily want to spend all their 20s and their 30s getting married and having kids.
So Megyn says that young men...
If you don't want to spend your 20s and 30s getting married and having kids, you just have less to offer to the men that you would find valuable for that reason. And it's impractical to come after that part of your life and expect the same kind of value from the same kind of men. Everything is different. Your life is different. Your body's different. The men are different. Everything changes. Nature's different.
Don't want to marry a career woman. And she says this is a real problem. She says that these young men are not attracted to working women, but obviously she thinks they should be. That these men are believing the, anti-feminist propaganda. They've been duped, says Megyn Kelly. It's very sad. She says it's sad. In other words, it seems that the one putting up guardrails and judging other people for what they want in life is Megyn Kelly. Megyn doesn't seem to understand these young men. She says that I don't understand women, she says, and I probably understand women more than she thinks I do, but I admit that I don't understand them perfectly. I'm not a woman after all.
And, this is another weakness, is another flaw I notice, just an irk that I have with the modern sort of dynamic. The conversation is only ever one-sided. Like the public mainstream conversation is only ever one-sided. Men are on this perpetual quest to please women and to help women and to fix things for women. Women are never, ever commanded to do anything on behalf of men. You don't have to understand men. You don't have to like men. You don't have to help men. You really don't have to care about men or care for men at all for any reason, right? And that's fine. But men are always charged with helping women. This is one of the reasons why like the WNBA irks me, because I just feel like the WNBA is just like a big, tall lesbian psyop, and I refuse to support it.
I've been married to a woman for almost 15 years. I'm raising 2 girls. I have a mom and 4 sisters. I'm not clueless on the subject, but I'm not an expert on the inner life of women, and I've never claimed to be. Tax season is officially here, and the IRS is turning up the heat with the April 15th deadline fast approaching. Now's the time to act. If you've fallen behind on filing or owe back taxes, delay will only take back control. Megyn is correct about her fundamental observation that men are generally not attracted to ambitious, career-driven women. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that men will not marry those kinds of women. And I'm not saying that wives should never have jobs. In many households, both parents work out of financial necessity. I understand that. There are also many different kinds of jobs that a woman might take on, which don't always require going to an office full-time. My own wife is right now working on organizing a fundraising gala for a Catholic homeschool hybrid academy. She enjoys it. She's good at it. It's a service that she's able to provide to support quality Catholic education, and she can do it at home. And I am caricatured by people like Megyn as believing that women should only ever do the dishes and laundry and nothing else, but that's not actually my view.
You just got to do the dishes and the laundry first. If you have time left over, sky's the limit, babe. I'll see you at dinner.
I think a woman's first priority should be the children and the home, but that doesn't mean she can't do other things and pursue other vocations alongside that. And as I said, in many cases, a family might feel that they need 2 full-time incomes in order to survive. I understand all of that, but this conversation is about ideals and about attraction. What is the ideal that men strive for? What qualities do they find attractive in a woman?
I don't think the average man wants his woman dragging their baby to the Capitol floor and grandstanding in front of everybody about how difficult it is to raise this man's baby. I don't know if every man really envisions that and, the mother of their children. This is a modern thing.
So most men ideally would like to earn an income that would allow them to be the sole breadwinner in the home. Most men like the idea of being the provider. That ideal will not always become a reality, but it is the ideal. And as for attraction, men are not generally attracted to a woman's professional ambitions. And that's just not the quality that attracts a man to a woman. Now, that isn't to say that men are never attracted to women with careers. What I'm saying is that the fact that a woman has a career will rarely be the thing, or even one of the things, that men find attractive about her.
I would actually go a little bit further and say, if given a wide list of options, the career woman becomes less attractive. If all you have to choose from is high level career women and then chicks who work at Walmart and McDonald's, then maybe the high level career woman is a better option. Maybe, I don't know. It depends. But if you got the ability to legitimately run a household and support a housewife and all that, and so you expand the options a bit, and maybe you don't want that kind of woman, you can actually have other kinds of women. Now suddenly the career becomes a negative.
Okay? When a man is talking to his friends about a woman he's dating, he's almost certainly not going to say any version of this. Dude, she's great. She takes her career really seriously. She's super ambitious. She has so much earning potential. Now, that's the kind of thing that a woman might say to her friends, maybe using different words, but that's the kind of idea that a woman might communicate to her friends about the man that she's dating.
And we're getting some audience correction here. The audience is telling me that the fast food Walmart girl is actually preferable to the career woman anyway. I mean, because you only got to put in 25 to 40 hours at your regular job, right? The career woman, she might not come home until 11 o'clock that night. And then she's up again at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. You never know. It's different with the career woman. She's got to make deadlines. Her boss is not you ever.
A man is not going to say that about a woman. As a man, I have never heard another man say anything approaching that about a woman that he's dating or married to. I've never heard that. Because men and women are different. They are looking for different things, Megyn. A man might be attracted to a woman with a career, but he's not going to be attracted to her because of her career. And a woman who puts her career before anything, a woman who prioritizes her professional ambitions above all else, will be very unappealing to the vast majority of men. And I know that might be upsetting for you to hear, Megyn, but it's just true, okay?
And then ultimately what you're asking for men is to deny the basic desire. Well, below the sexual desire, that's the most basic, honestly, but below the physical sexual desire, what's driving that is the chance to actually procreate. And procreation in and of itself is not enough. Men actually want to run their family. Men actually want to have some type of ownership, some dominion over the family unit. And if you present yourself as a woman who's going to make that difficult or impossible, then what's the point even?
because men and women are different and they want different things. The difference between the romantic interest of a man and of a woman could perhaps be best summarized this way. Here's a kind of a thought experiment. If you give a man a choice between an attractive, sweet, kind, feminine grocery store cashier who makes $13 an hour and wants nothing more than to become a mother one day, or
shout out to the Midwest request in the Rumble chat with the $1 Rumble chat. He said, and bro, and she cooks, right? Yeah, the career woman almost doesn't ever cook. The Walmart chick, she probably cooks some of that shit she stole from Walmart.
a high-powered, ambitious, loud, rich corporate girl boss whose greatest dream is to be a CEO one day, most men, I'm telling you, will choose the former without hesitation. They don't even need to go and consult their friends about it or think about it or pray about it. They're going to take the former. Okay, they're going to take the cashier. Now, if you give women the same choice, the mild-mannered, unambitious guy working a cash register or the highly paid corporate go-getter, you're going to have a lot more takers for the latter option. A lot more. Now, why is that? Am I saying that most women are greedy gold diggers looking for a rich man to bleed dry? Am I saying that most men are oppressive tyrants looking for some meek, helpless woman they can control? No. No on both counts. I'm saying that men and women are different and they want different things. Okay? A man is not looking for a business partner. He's not looking for someone to provide for him. He wants a wife. He wants a mother for his future children. He wants a helpmate. He wants a woman, not a man. This is not a new phenomenon. Megyn calls this desire of young men a problem that is coming up on the right. But it's not a problem and it's not coming up. Kim Iverson.
I think what Megyn Kelly is really complaining about is that right-wing young men are not left-wing young men. You know, they're not the Harry Sissons of the world. Like, they're not, you know, whatever the other white guys on the left are. She's upset that the values and the ethos of right-wing young men are not the same as basically left-wing young men. And that's a you problem. That's not a them problem. The boys are fine. They have nothing to change or apologize for.
And responded in agreement with Megyn and said that she, quote, doesn't get this trad wife trend. But what she's calling a trend, or what Megyn says is just coming up, is in fact the norm. It's the way human society has been organized since the dawn of civilization. A young man seeking a woman who will have his children and prioritize raising them and keeping a home is doing the same thing that billions of other young men have done since time immemorial. This traditional approach is not some new fad invented by TikTok influencers, nor is it a far-right conspiracy. It is the way of human civilization. These young men, they want what their grandfathers wanted, and what their grandfathers' grandfathers wanted, and what their grandfathers' grandfathers' grandfathers wanted, and on through the ages.
I think modernity has been a lot easier on women than it has been on men. And that's one of the things that men are growing to kind of resent. This is why you kind of have all these calls. It's mostly from men. You don't really hear, outside of like obviously trad wives, you don't really hear a call to an earlier time from women. It's almost always men. You really never hear women obsessed with a particular period of the past, right? It's almost always, it's exclusively men. Like there's this one guy on, he's on TikTok mostly, but I found him on Twitter. He's like, what's his name? Like Dr. Parkenstein or Pinkerstein or something like that. He's like this like really light-skinned black dude, a funny high-pitched voice, but he lives in the 1920s. Anything that came out before the 1929 era or something, he's totally fascinated by it. All of his works, he's like, he has an old piano from like the 20s. He plays music from the 20s or before, like a Victrola, drives around in that car. Like, and this is a guy who's like kind of half black, right? So even him, he can imagine living in that time where women don't really care to go back to that time, because only men really kind of want to hearken to a time when things were better for them, for men. Going forward, things just seem to only get better and better for women. And this is a problem perhaps for the modernity crowd, who think, progress for the sake of progress is the thing to do. And it's just not necessarily the thing to do. Just because the charts on the graph go up doesn't mean we're all doing better. And I think that's kind of where men are kind of drawing a line, it seems like. Just because the charts on the graph for women are going up constantly doesn't mean things are getting better.
The trend, the fad, the new thing, Megyn, is feminism. However you feel about career women who find their value and purpose in the working world, there's no question that they are the ones doing something new. Feminism sent women out of the home and into cubicles and boardrooms. Feminism convinced many women to desire professional success over and above family and children. And now feminists are angry that men were not reprogrammed along with them. Okay? Men...
I'm actually going to quote Matt Walsh. This is a post I saw from Matt earlier on Twitter. Webster, when you say we're not going back, that is often something women say to men about, rights and going back to the better era and all that. And he was responding to Megyn Kelly, literally saying we're not going back. Or he was responding to some feminist. I'm not sure who exactly. He was responding to some woman who said we're not going back. And that in and of itself is kind of a feminist thought, right? Modernity in and of itself is feminism. This entire show, I've been explaining to you from at least a governmental perspective how modernity has become feminism, because everything about the modern government is pro-woman and it's neutral or anti-male at worst, right? Modernity is feminism. And so the women who kind of resent the very notion of, oh, well, we're never going back, it is inherently a feminist notion.
Don't want what feminism is selling. You may think they should want it. You may want them to want it, but they don't. They look out and they see that ever since the rise of feminism, divorce rates have skyrocketed, birth rates have plummeted, 60 million babies are dead, and most people are, by every metric, much more miserable. And they don't want that. You cannot make them want it. And getting angry at them for not wanting it is, first of all, fruitless, second, arrogant, third, unfair, and fourth, foolish.
Shout out to the Midwest request with the $1 Rumble chat. He says, men want to pass on the lessons and traditions throughout generations that made their life easier for their family. That's why exceptions be high for men, because fucking around makes life hard. And the thing is, women have a lot more safety nets for the mistakes they may make, especially considering, modernity, and modernity is feminism. Modernity exists to create a never-ending series of safety nets for women. Not only safety nets, but step stools and ladders and straight up elevators for women, private elevators to the top just for women. That is what modernity creates. And the effort to do that, it necessitates the destruction of all of the lessons that men have passed down from father to son over the years. For example, the very existence of the red pill manosphere space is actually a reaction to the lack of fatherly wisdom and advice given on a one-to-one basis from men. Because once upon a time, the men and the women would grow up in a more cloistered environment where the family was just closer together, and the boys and the girls would grow together. The fathers could explain things about girls and women to the sons. The sons could learn the nature of girls and women from their sisters, and they could go off into the world with that. Now, we don't really have the larger family unit that we used to have, and we definitely don't have the giant male figure of the family that we used to have. And so between father and son, we're literally losing recipes, as they say, right? We're losing father to son recipes. And one of those big recipes are sometimes women are just kind of retarded. And even, if you love her and she loves you, you got to find a way to bear through it. But just understand that women are retarded and don't really ever give in to her retardedness, right? That's the way to save the marriage, right? Don't give in to her retardedness. Those are the recipes that we have lost from father to son. But I think I went on a little rant with that. Shout out to the Midwest request with the $1 Rumble chat. Like we really have lost recipes, man. And then shout out to Lasers with the $5 super sticker. Appreciate you guys coming through. Support the show. Somebody asked earlier, will there be a panel? There will be a panel. I do believe I will open up the panel. I'd appreciate if you guys supported the panel. These niggas gonna come in and put their feet on the carpet and spread their muddy boots on my white couch.
Everybody must eat. Everybody must eat. Everybody must eat. Everybody must eat. Yes.
Because these young men that Megyn is referring to have an innate desire to be providers. Okay, that's why they are not especially interested in women who put their careers first. They want to provide. The desire to provide is a noble desire. Even if many of these men will end up splitting the financial load with their wives in some way, still the desire to provide is noble, and it should be encouraged, not shamed. It's not sad. There's nothing sad here, Megyn. These young men are experiencing a deep, ancient yearning, a yearning to leave home and find a wife and become one flesh, as the scripture says, and then to have children and carry on their bloodline.
A deep, ancient yearning. We really don't have room in today's modern dialogue to talk about that kind of thing. Women's deep ancient yearning can, you can kind of boil it down to two things that we seem to address in modernity, which is motherhood and power. We really don't have space to talk about the deep ancient yearning of the average male.
And then to go back out into the world on a mission to provide for their family, thereby fulfilling their destiny as men. This desire is primal and timeless. It is not a primal, timeless desire for a colleague or a business partner. It is a desire for a wife.
That is why even in the movie Fight Club, and there's debate about this, I think, but let me ask you guys see the movie Fight Club? Put a 1 in the chat if you're a fan of the movie Fight Club. It's one of my favorite movies. It's a bit of a cult movie. Not everybody. It wasn't like a blockbuster in the movie theaters or whatever, but it was a great movie. And I wonder this one thing about the movie Fight Club. For a while, I wasn't sure if the woman was real. I accept that she was real because they put her on a bus. So there was a woman that got put on a bus. But here's the other part of the movie that bothers me. Why was she important? Because the whole movie was about the man finding himself and getting in tune with himself and shedding the skin of modernity, essentially, right? But at the end of it all, he was still side by side with a woman. Even when he shed everything that he didn't need to live, he still was standing next to a woman watching it all burn down. Don't know what to think about that, but I think about it.
A woman he can provide for and fight for and conquer the world for. And in return, he wants a woman who will have his children and raise and love them and prioritize them above anything. and show him appreciation and respect and affection. That's what young men want. That's what any man wants. And they should be allowed to say that.
No, the woman was definitely real. Because remember, there was a scene where she was dragged off and put in a bus by members of his cult. Because at that point, he'd grown a national cult. So he just had, anonymous soldiers that rolled up. And there was this part of the movie where he discovered his real self. He confronted her. She told him, like, yeah, you've been acting kind of crazy. And so the whole thing comes out in the narrative of the storyline. And at that point, she becomes like a threat. And so it's like, all right, Marley, you got to get out of town or these people are going to kill you. He put her on a bus. And so I'm kind of looking at that as confirmation. That was external confirmation of what was really happening. Because if it was all in his mind, there wouldn't really be much need for other people to kind of pantomime putting a woman onto the bus, right? And so I accept for a fact that in the narrative of the movie, she was real, but it's just, to me, odd in a movie about, men shedding all of the bull of modernity and shedding everything that they don't need and getting back to essentially like the essence to be a man, of what it is to be a man. He still ended the movie side by side with this woman watching it all burn down. There was a poetry in that that's beyond me.
Out loud. Okay, men are allowed to talk about what they want and what they need in relationships. But the problem is that every time a man talks about that, you've got women like Megyn Kelly who get upset about it. They get angry. They get like, how dare men have any needs, have anything that they want in any of this? Almost every young man wants this until our feminist matriarchal society beats it out of him or convinces him that he can never have it. He can never have the thing that his grandfather had, and that his
And I think that's really what's eating at the heart of a lot of men. We talk about this movie Fight Club and just this idea of an ancient masculine yearning. And even, this kind of crosses all the racial and cultural lines as well, because what you have is a global phenomena where the Japanese birth rates are dangerously low. The Koreans are having this weird 4B, chicks don't want to have babies movement, whatever that's about, who knows. The European world, only like pockets of Europe have a positive birth rate, like Poland or maybe Hungary or something like that. Most of the modernized Western world is, and even beyond parts of the Western world, because I don't think really Asia is considered the Western world, but they're a modern first world, place. Like Japan and China are first world, and they're having population dips, right? They're having we are all having serious population decline. And there's something in modernity where the women just aren't reproducing the way they normally would, the way historical patterns have typically held up. And there's also, at the same time, because so many women are in positions of power, there is a refusal to acknowledge that downside of modernity. And now what you just get left with are a bunch of men who understand that there's a problem, understand how the problem hurts them most or first at all, if at all, maybe not, doesn't hurt the women so much, right? And a refusal to even acknowledge the reality of things from anyone who is worth talking to about it.
They get like, how dare men have any needs, have anything that they want in any of this? Almost every young man wants this until our feminist matriarchal society beats it out of him or convinces him that he can never have it. He can never have the thing that his grandfather had, and that his grandfather's grandfathers had, and his grandfather's grandfathers had, and on and on and on. So if you want to know why so many young men are demoralized and depressed and broken, it's because for their whole lives they've been told that what they want down at the deepest level of their soul, they should not want and they cannot have. Every man before them in history could have it, but not them. We're too enlightened for that now. The feminists took over, and they know better. They know better than our ancestors knew. They know better than the combined wisdom of all human history. That's the message that these young men hear. You want to talk about sad, Megyn? That's sad. That is a tragedy of catastrophic proportions. There's nothing wrong with what these young men want. There is something very wrong with the culture that tells them they shouldn't want it.
I'm gonna drop the link to the channel in just a few minutes, but there's one last thing I wanted to look at before we open up the floor, and I'm gonna use CNN as an example of this, right? Because we're talking about girl bosses and men sort of just generally disliking the women of modernity. And I want to jump over to a CNN panel. There's a couple of clips maybe from CNN we can talk about. Over time, CNN has kind of become a panel full of girl bosses just talking down to white men, black girl bosses in particular talking down to white men. And only recently did they find a white man who could really clap back. And I was going to make some videos about this, but since we're here now, let's just jump in it together.
One of the things that's happened is that the United States has lost, like, is it $1 trillion or $11 trillion since this all began? Maybe regained a little bit of it, but has lost all of that. And not a single trade deal has been struck. Not one.
And the reason why they haven't been struck is because lowering the headline tariff number is the easy bit. The 90 days is now going to be dealing really with the non-tariff barriers, the rules on procurement, who can own what this and that and the other. It's difficult stuff. It's very, very difficult. But I have a question, and I'd like to address it to my dear and good friend, Mr. Jennings. This is it. Today, the president gave a 90-day moratorium. Why did he not last week, when he did his show and tell with his list, say then, this is going to be the tariffs in 90 days. Now send your best people to Washington to negotiate with me over the next 90 days. Instead, he took us over the cliff and has now pulled us back up again, and he's left chaos in his way.
It is a great question.
I think the answer that you would get from the administration is,
I really don't have much to offer about Trump and the tariff war right now. I'm kind of just on trusted plan mode. I suspect things will work out for the better. There are serious, huge problems that Trump has just now addressed relatively easily, honestly, without a single shot fired, as they say. And so I'm not really tripping on the temporary economic turmoil that they're all crying about.
doing it this way gave him maximum leverage. It showed people that he was serious, and it showed people that this isn't for show, that if you don't deal with us, we are willing to act here. But I think the answer is leverage, simply leverage. And now he's going to be able to deal with all these other countries and continue to isolate the bad actor, which is China.
People that he's serious. I think he's shown people that he's crazy, he's mercurial. Honestly, if it was Kamala Harris behaving this way, they'd call her hormonal and hysterical, right? Look.
Well, you'd have to get elected to be.
But, well, yes, and if she had been elected and if Hillary Clinton had been elected, if any woman had been elected and been...
We would all be dying right now if Kamala had been elected. We would all be on the brink, if not in the middle of a giant nuclear conflagration. All the wolves would have just broke the door down.
Been acting this way, they'd say it was menopause.
She would have never stood up to China, so I think this is a mood issue, right?
No, it's not a mood issue because his craziness and the way that he acts, and this is not in a vacuum, because it's not just the tariffs. It's the first thing he did was attack Panama, Greenland, Denmark, Canada, allies. Abandon Ukraine, cozy up to Russia. It's been one thing to after another. But this is also very, very similar to what Doge has been doing, where they go in with a sledgehammer when everybody talks about needing a scalpel.
Doge took a sledgehammer and just fired. They just crushed the list of mostly female employees. And most of the country isn't really upset about all the government employees that have been fired over the years. It's not turning into this giant thing. It's really a niche outrage. You see the boomer protest right now. I think historically we're going to remember this as a wave of boomer protest. All the twerking black women are doing something else right now. They really, it's the whitest protest since like the hippies.
With these tariffs, again, went in with a sledgehammer, caused fear, destruction, distrust, when it could have been done with a scalpel in a strategic way. That's just not the way he operates.
Even the administration was not on the same page. I mean, it was the narrative around these tariffs has changed so many times. First, it was, oh, it's punitive because of Mexico and Canada and fentanyl, which, by the way, a majority of the fentanyl crossing the border is from American citizens. Then it was, you know, we're going to level the playing field, and this is how we're going to pay for tax cuts. It does not show that he was serious. It shows that he was grossly unserious. And so yet again, on the heels of a signal group chat and now tariffs, we look like a national embarrassment.
Well, let me just play one thing. Let me play one thing to Tiffany's point. I mean, Donald Trump and Scott Bessent have not been on the same page about this. Bessent has been trying to paint this as a pretty rosy picture, saying, you know, the bond markets had nothing to do with it, and the way that the market responded had nothing to do with it. Trump said the opposite. Listen to this.
I was watching it, but if you look at it now, it's beautiful. The bond market right now is beautiful. But yeah, I saw last night where people were getting a little queasy.
How much of this decision was driven by the bond market cratering overnight? What is happening with the bonds? Is China selling their bonds?
I have nothing that says that, and we actually had quite a good 10-year auction today.
It's kind of a casualty of being in Trump's cabinet that he will contradict you just a few minutes after you say something. But it had everything to do with the bond market. According to all available reporting, they went to the president and said, Mr. President, all the lights are flashing red right now. We have to change course. And he did, perhaps.
Well, he did. And I think it's important for the president to adhere to that advice of his advisors. These are complicated matters. The market, for the most part, likes stability and continuity.
The market is no friend to the average American. Shout out to Dick Doug with the $5 super chat. These people sure know how to manage money more than millionaires and billionaires, huh? You know, I trust Trump way more than I trust all the talking heads on TV right now. I mean, you might as well be Jim Cramer for all I care. Like I'm not even. Let me put it this way, right? We talked about this the other day when we talked about the Rust Belt revolt. But the markets don't really bother my life right away. I imagine if the markets get incredibly bad, there's going to be some knockoff effects down the line. But, you know, I imagine, you know, the first half of the market suffering is all rich people. After a while, you know, I'm gonna, I don't know, lose a job or something, I imagine. But mostly it's a lot of rich people losing theoretical money. And so there's not really the outcry that you think you would get from the average American. We got a little bit of panel right now going on. And shout out to Dick. Thank you so much for supporting the show. Please feed the panel, y'all. We're going to keep this going for a little while longer. Thank y'all for coming through, man. Appreciate you guys being here. It's so good to be monetized now.
Count it up, count it up. Let's count all the money. Count it up, count it up.
What's good, American, man? Any thoughts so far before we get back to these clips from CNN?
It's not going to end well for anyone. They trying to drag men along, and it's weird because I actually watched a video this morning on my way to work of another woman that was pointing out Megyn Kelly and all the feminists, you know, the feminist right wing. And it's weird because I noticed this a few years back where they actually think that they are going to force men to stay in 1920 while they be in 3020. It's not going to happen. Everyone's going to crash out, bro. Like it's not going to happen.
And the problem with that is it's not just like a issue of professional rights, workplace rights or whatever, women voting. It's not as simple as that. This cuts right down to the bed itself. Like this cuts your actual marital bed right down the line because you're completely upsetting the balance between men and women, and then you're forcing men to accept a false deal. Basically, you're accepting men to accept what everybody knows is a shitty deal. Men have to operate trapped basically in this protect provide paradigm where there is nothing that you can say no to a woman about, and it's just not going to work going forward. And the more men kind of notice it and complain about it, and honestly, I'm not even going to make it an issue about men complaining. It's simply unworkable. Men are complaining because it's unworkable. It's not unworkable because men are complaining. General Dave, man, real quick, don't make us put a bounty on you, Dave. What's going on, bro?
I'm gonna wait to the end for that.
So you're gonna stay quiet for like 40 minutes, or what? Are you gonna say something now before I pass?
Nah. I'm used to this crowd. I'll be able to weave in and stay within the good graces up until like 59 minutes and 45 seconds. You know what I'm saying?
So Dave, what's your
Yes, sir.
take on the America's girl boss problem?
It's gonna be a tough road because like the country is already it's hard to go back. You see what I'm saying? And as women put in more work and get the degrees and actually do the things and scale the ladder, it's definitely gonna be it's an adjustment. Like you ain't gonna be able to change them or nothing like that. I hear this whole thing about dudes can't handle no girl boss. I've been through those whole situations, man. It's just we're fucked. You know what I'm saying? That's why I kind of lean towards a lot with the passport bros and everything like that. If I want to get with a girl or something like that, they probably got the best strategy. But for America, I honestly just think it depends on the industry because Intel wouldn't exist right now without a Taiwanese immigrant lady. You know what I'm saying? She saved Intel. You know what I mean? So you got your stuff out there, but old girl destroyed Hewlett Packard. Was that Hewlett Packard or HP? Oh my God, what was her name?
Hewlett Packard. Anyway, look. I just want to say real quick. I don't want to be like the police Nazi, but let's keep the profanity to a minimum, please, gentlemen. But anyway,
Yeah, whoever that lady was, she destroyed HP. I think.
Yeah. Well, Dave, real quick, let me say this. I know you want to move on to someone. Let me say this, right? It's not that like women are not allowed to go to work and do the thing, right? It's that they're trying to push every woman to be that, right? Just like this idea that like every man is supposed to make 8 figures
Right.
and do these weird things. Like it doesn't happen like that, right?
Well,
And so now
you're starting to see pushback as this economy starts tinkering and stuff. Like a lot of I got a lot of stuff going through my feelings. A lot
you
of
have
them.
average chicks making average money, babbling on about being bosses, and it's like, man,
You ain't
you're
gonna be able to
not.
stop them delusionals, bro.
Well,
Well, I
yeah,
mean, it's deeper than simply like babbling, like because women talking is just life. But I think really the problem is average money was always meant for the average man to raise a family. When a woman makes average money, families don't get formed in the same way, and it's a societal problem now.
Yeah.
Real quick. Jamal, shout out to my man Jamal with the 20 ball. He says supporting the Panna. It's been a while since I was able to buy a ticket. Tickets are on sale, y'all. We finally got an official ticket booth open. Hit the super chat. Shout out to my man Jamal. Be like Jamal, y'all. Smash that super chat button for me, y'all.
Hulk! Smash! Smash you! You make Hulk angry! You not like Hulk angry! Hulk no like fighting girls.
I just want to point out something.
Hey, did you always have the body slam in the beginning?
It was always like that, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
It gets better every time.
I just want to point something out, Hood. Yeah. You notice that these leftists like Dave always come over here, got the most to say, got a lot to chat about. But you know,
why you calling Dave a leftist, man? He's just a little
Dave is a leftist. Stop it, bro. Well, come on. You know it. I know it. I get you. Got to be polite.
Dave is just a lost Negro. I don't know where Dave. I really don't even call him a leftist.
No, if you know me, you'd be like, man, you ain't gonna get Dave to vote, bro.
No,
hold on. Let me
I don't
finish.
think he's a leftist.
Hold on. Let me finish. You know the one thing he don't do? He come over here, he bit Babylon. You know one thing he don't do?
What's that?
I never see him hit a super chat.
I need a Zelle. I ain't got all that.
Never see him hit it. Well, he got all these opinions.
Dave, cool as hell. Don't nobody got Zelle.
Why don't you?
You got it.
Bro, why don't you hit the super chat, Dave?
Because I got Zelle. I don't have all that other shit. I keep telling everybody that. Hey, private chat.
Yes, the way your bank account set up, right?
You give me a Zelle, you'll see.
I ain't gonna bag shame you, Dave. We good, bro. We good. But America, man.
No, seriously, and I say that shit every time. Super chat, Cash App, all that shit. Don't nobody say Zelle. Like, I can't steal your shit. Put the Zelle in. Put the Zelle in if you want to talk slick. Let's go. You think I don't want to support nigga?
Dave on that white people money shit. Dave only move white people money. I feel you, Dave. You ain't gotta say it. I'm gonna say it for you. It's okay. It's okay. Dave is only accustomed to moving white people money. He ain't want to tell you niggas. I had to tell you for him.
Somebody had to do it. I am the chosen one. Somebody had to do it.
You know what? That's my new
that's
favorite
a great clip, bro.
That's a
I got you, Dave. We ain't gonna bag shame Dave. He be handling that.
I swear, I think somebody asked me this shit like months ago.
I nigga Dave spend the white man money on the best weed Chicago got.
Hell yeah, boy. You know, I don't gotta risk my life for this shit no more. Baby.
Yo, Bandit, what's good, bro? You sit there chilling, man. What's good, bro?
I'm doing well. Just finished. I hate tax season, but I think that a lot of people need to realize is Megyn Kelly is 40 plus at this point. She's going into her cat phase.
I know. Cat phase sounds nasty, bro. Tell me, what you mean cat phase?
She looking good.
I'll quote Terrence Popp. It's box wine and cat litter.
Okay, I got you.
So she's all her friends that are complaining about men are the left behinds.
Mm-hmm.
So why are we giving a shit about girls that are getting left behind, for one? Mm-hmm. And for two, why all this gaslighting for the women trying to destroy other women? I find it hilarious that like other women just decide to destroy other women. It's a tale as old as time. But and lastly, why are we following girls' standards for what men find attractive? That's the part I don't think most women don't understand. Like, women are projecting that just because I want a high-figured salary man doesn't mean the man wants a high salary. That's complete gaslighting. That's complete bullshit.
I do. I would love one, but the problem is that they're not. Some of them aren't normal. A lot of them aren't normal. I love it. Like every girl I've been with has been high salary, and it gets to a point where it's like they think that it's like even if you're a productive black man and you're making good money, the mantra doesn't change for them. They still believe that you're a lesser or some shit like that. And you're looking like,
well, Dave, real quick. Let me take the ball and say this, and I'm gonna give it back to Bandit. I think the pimps had it right, and the Chicago niggas could probably back me up on this, but I'm gonna get the ball to Bandit. Don't jump in. Women were never supposed to have money. Money only makes life harder for women. Dave, I mean, I'm Bandit. I'm gonna get the ball back.
Yeah. Well, the thing about money is money without accountability and responsibility and how to spend it, it's worse than having money. If you give a child $1 million and then wonder why they blow it, why are we assuming the same crap? Like, that's the part I don't understand. Like, you're putting people in roles that they've never been in through. If you look at history as a whole, you're putting people in positions that they've never had before, and then you wonder why they're putting their hand in the cookie jar and they have cavities. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't rocket science here. This is so predictable, and everybody's looking at themselves going, I can't believe we're having, birth rates are going down, society's falling apart. Why is this happening? Because back in the day, the men that actually decided to actually build the country, the ones that actually matter, like the ones that run power plants and clean the streets and do the plumbing, those no women want those men anymore. So men are gonna, if they want a woman, they're gonna want all these other jobs, and then you wonder why society's falling apart.
Bandit, let me bounce. Let me hold on, Bandit. Before I move off, before I take the ball and pass it, let me kick one idea. Let me bounce an idea off of you, and I get your response.
Sure.
One of the main reasons men want money is to acquire women and build family with the money. Women don't have the same drive. What do you say to this?
I would say that's a biological. It's a biological premise that all men have to do. We conquer, we collect, and we move on. Like, women don't have that. Women want to nurture. How do you nurture money? You can't. You got to conquer it and move it on and spend it, and you also have to be wise enough to invest it. Do you ever see a girl try to invest money? It's adorable. Never happens. They never care about the future. They care about the present, and that's why we have the problem we're facing today. That answers your question. I mean, like, there's no planning. There's no rainy day fund. There's no giving it to charities. All that shit men do all that shit. You don't see women donating to charities. I work in finance. I write checks out to charities all day long. I never see women do it. It's always coming out of men's accounts every freaking day.
Well, men actually are the most charitable.
Yeah.
That's a surprise 100%. To me. I never thought I would hear that. Because women have the reputation of soft-heartedness and general, but you know why? Because men actually have the money. That's really what it boils down to. Women don't really generate the money the way men do. So men get the opportunity to be bigger. Really?
I see people with $6,000 investment accounts, and they're donating $600, $700 to charities, to churches, all the time. All the time. Average Joe people. Do I see $1 million donations? Yes, I do. But I see a lot of small dollar, $200, $300 donations all the time, and it's always out of men's accounts.
Donating too is also a power play.
Shout out to dirty folks. You always say men are just better people, but let me say this before I kick the ball to you. Big Dog with the $5 super chat. Just for clarification, it's a byproduct of modernism, not feminism. Women just so happen to gravitate towards it because it destroys traditions. I think we're in line on that thinking. When I said before, feminism kind of just speaks to a lot of what's innate about maybe the darker side of the female nature, right? And we all have the darker side, male and female, but feminism in particular speaks to things that are just a part of the darker side of female nature. So there's an innate draw for women towards feminism, and you really can't get around it. It was written that way, I suppose. But thank you for the super chat. We're going to move on really quickly. Dirty folks, only men are good people. Appreciate you for that. Thank you for joining the panel. You got it, bro.
So much being said. No woman wants to be a boss. Women just want to be the man that she always desired because they're toddlers. No, my dad told me. My dad tells me a lot of good stuff, then he doesn't live it, and then he gets mad at me for doing what he told me to do. He's like a horrible coach. Tell you to run 5 yards, he got left, and he throw a bomb because he a boomer, right? But the playbook is good, like the water boy. The playbook is good, right? Bad coach, great playbook, right? My dad told me this a long time ago. He said, "Men want power, women want control." I thought about it, and then I thought about a light switch. When you tell somebody to turn the power on, you're not talking about the 50,000 volts of electricity that comes through your house. You're talking about that $1 light switch, right? Because women want to control the power, right? The reason every house has a fuse box is because you got to monitor the power. If you give the women control and power, they're going to blow the fuse box. Everybody going to be in the dark because women never want the power. They just want to complain. But that's natural for women to complain, right? There's no such thing as a girl boss because every girl needs a boss. No woman makes great decisions. None. When you look at a household, me and my friends talk about this all the time, right? All my friends that got married before 2008 when girls got weird because Facebook came out. And he says, man, he say, folks, you're right. Because I told him, I said, man, men are protectors, but as a father and a husband, your number one job is to protect your children from their mother. And that sound crass, right? It sound crazy, right? Like you got to protect your child from their mother. That's your number one job as a protector.
No, I get it. I get it. And this is especially pertinent in the black community because black moms have a particular reputation, not even in an abuse thing, but just in maybe a neglectful way. Because let me put it this way. You remember how in Boys in the Hood, she had to send her son back to go live with Lawrence Fishburne? There's just certain things that women don't get, and black women in particular, because it's the hood and the ghetto, all these other little traps to fall into. There's a lot of things. They just got blind spots they're not accustomed to looking into.
We have that. And my boy hit me one day. He said, man, actually a few of my friends, right? A few of my friends. One was about garbage, the other was about a ceiling fan, right? So one friend called me, he said, man, Dirty Folks, you're right, bro. I gotta protect my sons from their mom. Right. The reason that my sons think their mom is a great mom is because I'm constantly checking her when they're not looking. So it'd be like he doing something, like the son doing something. And then mom be like, take out the garbage. And be like, all right, mom, not now, right now. So then you're already doing something. Now you have to stop what you're doing to take out the garbage. So the kid had a frown on his face, but he took out the garbage in a blizzard, in Chicago blizzard, take out the garbage, right? She goes and gets a belt. And my boy like, yo, what you doing, wife? She's like, I'm about to beat his ass. I don't like the attitude he had when he took out the garbage. She said, wait, but he took out the garbage. You want me to take out the garbage and smile in a blizzard? Like, I think you're overdoing it, right?
It's also the power play. It's I'm having power over you. You do it on my schedule, not on your schedule.
Right, and you do it with a smile. And the other one was the ceiling fan. They come in the house and their 6-year-old son is on the ceiling. I don't know how he got on the ceiling. And she crying and she want to call the fire department. She telling the husband, get him. And my man looked up. He said, yo, get down. How you got up there? And he crawled. Go about that. Like, it's simple things that men do to correct women so women can get the credit for being good people because they're not good people. So a woman without adult supervision, a child without adult supervision is a bad person.
It's so weird. I just realized something too, and it's like we're throwing around this phrase "women are not good people," and I don't even. It takes on a moral tone when you just say it and hear it like that. But I don't know if what's being said, because when I think about it, I don't know that I mean it in a purely moral tone. It's not quite that, because it's like saying that a child doesn't understand how to be completely moral. And why would a child understand how to be completely moral? They're just bad at it. You know what I'm saying? They're just not good at it yet. And then maybe they'll never be good at it in the way that men hold other men to the standard. But I kind of feel like that's really what's being put out there. There's a thing that amongst men, we expect men to observe certain behaviors and understand certain little niceties and realities. But then if a woman comes in the room, we would all be willing to give her a little bit of grace for a lot of reasons. But the point is, we'd be willing to give her the grace because they're just not good people. They're just not good at it.
You know how you know women aren't good people or good at being people? This is how you know it. You take a woman that had a child at 18 years old, which is the average time to have a kid, right? You take a woman that had a child at 18 years old without adult supervision, no husband, no father, right? By the time she's 30, right? Her son is 12 and her son is trying to figure out how to get his mama a house. So you're telling me a 12-year-old boy is better than a 30-year-old woman?
Well, to add on that, who's supposed to be teaching morals? If back the old way, it was supposed to be the moms and the wives teaching the sons and daughters of the next generation. So who's more derelict of duty about the decay in society? It's more a referendum on women than it ever is on men.
Well, hold on, though, right?
No, it's definitely a referendum on men.
Hold on. The only way you get to the woman teaching morals and value is after the man is after the father and then the husband instill that in the woman to teach those morals and values. The reason why there is no morals and values at this point is because there are no fathers in the home teaching the women to teach the children morals and values.
There you go.
This is not like just this generation. This has been going on for the last 2 and 3, like ever since the boomers had children.
Here we go, boomers.
Like everything has gone downhill. The boomers had parents that took care of them, gave them things, passed down morals and values. They started having free love, government handouts, and they completely dropped the ball on everybody.
Let me snatch the ball real quick because we got a full house tonight. I'm gonna move the ball to the next player, but I feel like we give boomers a lot of hate in the sense that boomers were basically the first like thoroughly heavily propagandized generation. They didn't know what they were getting into. They just did all the things that the music industry told them. Boomers, because the kids of the boomers, rather, because the boomers gave way to the free love hippie generation and all that. And so it's like, I feel like we give boomers a lot of hate. But wait, Dirty Foot, we got to come back.
I'm saying your timeline is wrong. The silent generation birthed the boomers. The boomers were the hippies, the free love.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Okay. No, he's correcting me, not you.
I was correcting.
No. But that's what I just said, Dirty. But here's the thing. I just want to say something to you. Like, talk about the boomers trying to defend them slightly, right? The kid Carmelo Anthony, he stabbed the kid. He didn't know he was going to hit the heart. Do we just be like, oh well? I think we're giving him such a bad rap, right? Like,
don't do that to me,
bro.
No,
I don't did the thing, bro. Like,
no,
right? And
no,
so
don't. I feel like it was nothing like that.
The boomers did the thing, bro. Like,
anyway, all right. I feel like I just got punched in the throat unfairly.
No, this is
Midwest. Hold on, Midwest request. I want to get anyway. Let's get out of this trap he just tried to put me in. We got a full panel. Let's move the ball, man. What's good, Midwest?
And not much. You've been pretty happy a lot lately. Did you get a new gun, by the way?
This is my new gun, bro. I like making money, bro. I just like being productive, and I've been chasing a particular goal for like ever since my Cash App got killed. I said, all right, I got to figure out another way to really do this so I can like enjoy it and make money. Because if I can't make money at it, I might as well be fishing all day.
You were getting me worried because I'm like, I hope he doesn't disappear. You know, if this dries up for him completely. So I'm like, I was there. I remember when they took your Cash Apps. I was just like, fuck. I'm like, damn, this is right about the time where I was gonna decide to start donating to you. But yeah, I'm glad that worked out for you.
Yo, you know what? I just laughed so hard. I got to piss now. You got it, bro. I'll be back.
But yeah, I was commenting on what he was showing about the stock market. I wouldn't be worried too much about it. Of course, they're gonna crow about it because that's the only little red meat that they have. But I remember there was I guess the CEO of GM was getting like record, I guess, bonuses to the to the upper class, and all the auto workers. This is years ago. All the auto workers unions were complaining because they haven't gotten wage increases, but their stocks were doing really good. So they were like, "Well, shit! If the stocks are doing good, if the numbers are up, then that's my those are my plays. So I got to get compensated for that." So they've been, and the same thing with that happened in Ohio and with that train derailment. Norfolk Southern has been cutting down like inspection for trains and everything like that because look, the profit margins are way better once the people, the brokers start managing all these costs, and they just start, it's like that movie Office Space. They just start whittling shit down to where it doesn't even make sense. I guess the principles that the company have are no longer there. It's just a money making machine at this point.
You know what's weird about you saying that, right? Deregulation happened under a Democrat, right? But nobody talks about it because we got the internet, right? So Clinton killed free market, but Al Gore invented the internet, right? So all
I remember that motherfucker said this shit.
All of the deregulation, the NAFTA, all the things that were going on, the free trade with China, with low tariffs, all that happened under a democratic regime, right? And then when things go to pot, you know what they say? Buy more. To fight recession, buy more. You know who that doesn't work with? Men. If I have less money, why would I spend more money? You know who that works for? Women. Because women don't need money. Women really don't need money. They just need stuff, right? Ask your girl what she need money for. Like, I need $400 for what? A purse. I'll bring you home a purse. You don't need money. You just want stuff.
Yeah, and like it also like those tariffs that are that Trump put on China. They're trying to say that he did a pump fake, that he folded or whatever. But if you look at the reports coming from China, almost overnight, people are like, "Well, we're shutting down our startup manufacturing company because boom, we see that there's no way that we could be able to do this." Like they're shutting down business almost out. They're selling all their equipment and everything because they already know. They're like, we were selling things we had to sell at volume. With just a tad bit of competition, it's over with. They're like, there's no way we could do this.
Yeah, I wouldn't. One time, this guy told me. Hold on, let me tell a quick story real quick. This old guy knew. This is an old Jamaican guy. You know, like you bump into these like old retired hustlers who got out the game and they hustling something else now, right? So I'm chopping it up with this old dread, and he telling me, if you owe the bank $2 million, you're in trouble. You're in a bad spot. If you owe the bank $200 million, the bank's in the bad spot. And China is effectively the bank in the bad spot right now. And Trump pulled the trigger on them. And that was a move that it kind of makes people nervous, but he saw the math, and I think it's going to work in our favor in the long run.
Yeah, I'm going to do a show on the tariff later, so I'm not going to speak on it because I want y'all to tune in. But I will say this. That's when you talk about the tariffs, the only people complaining, or the only thing the media talks about people complaining is China, right? Like China fighting back. At what point? And this is what I say about the quote unquote black red pill spaces, right? When they let women come on a panel, like why you let them talk? At what point does a chicken tell the fox how to hunt a chicken? Right?
Yeah, this is gonna suck for both of us. We're literally gonna tear each other apart, right? We're gonna decouple, but we're gonna still be alive. I don't know if they're gonna be still alive by the end of this, but it's gonna suck for everybody. It's gonna hit everybody in weird ways.
They'll be fine.
Yeah, they'll be fine. Yeah, they'll be fine too.
If we would have waited longer, we wouldn't have made it.
No, here's the thing. Trump allowed me the 4 years that we need in order to create a flourishing slave plantation, and I appreciate him for that. We never would have got that under Kamala. But water seeks its level, right? China. Let me tell you what China did for decades. China devalued the yen for decades just so they can trade with more power.
Fuck China.
Hey, there go my maker.
Hold on, white guy. There's another white guy ahead of you in line, and shout out to all the white
I don't
Panthers.
care. I'm the head white guy over here.
No, listen,
Everyone falls
you white
behind me.
guys are gonna have to fight
You're
it out amongst
Irish.
yourselves.
You're
I
Irish.
wish you white
I'm
guys
the
would
head
fight
wigger in
away from
control
the
over here,
blacks.
Bumpkin.
No. Listen, white people, I need you to fight away from the blacks. It's a bad look. It only makes confusion. But again, I'm going to need you guys to wait. And I appreciate the white guys for joining the panel because we are now officially a diverse right-wing panel. Because you know the lefties, they do diversity gay. It always winds up in a pile. No, this is how you do diversity the right-wing way. Nobody really likes each other that much, but we're going to talk like men.
At least you're honest.
That's all, bro. So when the market adjusts the same way they devalued the yen for decades so they can have stronger trade power, they'll figure it out.
They just devalued themselves yesterday.
They'll figure it out.
Yeah,
Like,
they just let
China has been an empire way longer than niggas been wanting to go back to Egypt. China has been an empire until 1919. They ain't trying to get their empire back.
Well, they've been poor for like 4,000 years. They can go back to being poor. It won't really hurt them that much. But I want to pass the ball to Bumpkin.
They've been poor for 4.
I mean, seriously, when did they become a superpower? When did they fight? When did they win a big war? Like, people are really afraid of China. And I don't think it's that serious.
I don't know, man. China was doing their thing until the opium hit.
Right.
Yeah. That was like 200 years ago. Anyway, Bumpkin, what's going on, bro? Bumpkin, can you talk some sense into these brown people?
China. Okay, here's the thing, right? China has a larger population, and that's about it. They don't have a bigger military. They don't have a stronger economy. And if we're talking about war is won by war is won by sea and air dominance, and the United States has it over every other country in the planet.
And I don't think we're looking to invade mainland China. I hope nobody's that retarded.
Why would we invade when we could just Bert machine them? Like, oh, there's 200, there's 300, there's 400. You know what I mean?
I mean, before that, we could just stop selling iPhones out of China. We could move it to somewhere else and let them starve a little bit more. Like, that's what's happening now without a shot being fired. But anyway, I want to pass the floor to Bumpkin. Let me give you a clear shot at the.
Yeah. Are we talking about women and
For
their
just
eggs
20
drying
cents
up?
a day, you could save the starving Chinese kid.
Hey, hold on. We were talking about America's girl boss problem, and that's really what I wanted you to talk about, Bumpkin. We got tariffed into another tangent, so please take the.
Oh yeah, no. Let them be like Icarus, flying too close to the sun. Let them realize themselves that they're not going to be able to fucking do it, because we know they're not going to be able to fucking do it. Dude, let them plummet.
Less profanity, please.
Sorry, my bad. Let them plummet, man. They're going to fly too close to the sun. They're going to realize they're not going to be able to do this. And then they're going to plummet. 1 second. I got to plug my headphones in. They just died.
I think they already know they can't do it. Any job USA, it's a woman trying to convince a man to do her job for her while she complains about equal pay.
You know, ever since World War II with that Rosie the Riveter campaign, we've kind of been getting girl boss propaganda. It just occurred to me, it probably started with Rosie the Riveter. Like, we've been getting girl boss propaganda because Rosie the Riveter is the OG girl boss, right? Because look at those forearms. She looked like she punched niggas out in the dark alley after work. Like, she was a bar fighter after she finished building tanks and airplanes.
That shit started with Martha Washington.
I thought we was talking about
No. Martha Washington sewed. That was stitching. That was art.
She still said too fucking much, dude. She started this shit.
Yeah, she was doing stitching and embroidery.
He was talking way too much in Georgie's ear, man, and that's why some things went a little south.
No, you know what's so crazy about
That's why
Rosie,
we
though?
let white guys into the conversation. They take it even further right.
No, but you know what's so crazy about Rosie? Rosie, the propaganda of Rosie was to get women out the house because they had a low workforce. All the men were, at World War I. So Rosie was like, please be a girl boss. Please take care of yourself. Please work at this factory and
Right. This is why I don't know why you brought up Martha. Like, I mean, seriously. All right, Martha was sewing, stitching a flag. What did Martha do? Tell me seriously.
You're confusing her with Betsy Ross, sir.
Oh, yeah. Betsy Ross made the flag. So who are you talking about? Martha Washington?
Yeah, she's talking about George Washington.
About George Washington's fucking boss.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize he married.
I was talking about Martha.
But you know what's weird about that? Wasn't she supposed to free the slaves and then she didn't? Like George is like, yo, when Martha died.
Yeah, instead she had them out there pretending to chop down cherry trees and shit because they don't tell lies or whatever. Or what?
Hold on. So Martha kept the slaves. That's
Yeah. Martha kept the slaves.
you know. Earlier, I think last time I was talking about white women, I pointed out how basically white feminist is really a huge attempt to sidestep blame for slavery, white supremacy.
It is.
All that, because who do you think was side by side with the white man? Who do you think he brought all of his world conquest home to?
Look, if it wasn't for some angry white dude, if it wasn't for some angry white bitch, slavery would have ended before it started.
If it weren't for angry black women, same thing. Slavery. Look, bro, 90% of the things we blame white supremacy on is really women, bro.
Oh my God!
I'm willing to accept a huge part of that. I mean, look, let's not take all the credit from the men because women don't have the pure conquering spirit. But I think women want to take
the hell they don't. They have the conquering spirit.
No. Women want to have sex with the conquering spirit. Women want to be conquered by the conquering spirit.
Those
but they are complicit nonetheless, and that's really the point I wanted to make about women and liberalism. White feminists want to act like the white women were never complicit, so they get to be like, it wasn't me, it was the mean white patriarchy. Like, no, y'all were in it together, and I wish you would own it so I can respect it as it is instead of getting lied to about the past.
Yeah. George Washington, his deal was when after he died, he wanted all of the slaves freed as his final hoorah for freedom. He never agreed with slavery, but I guess
weren't all his slaves gifted to him by Martha's
yes, all of his slaves were given to him by
Martha.
Got
hand-me-downs. George was such a loser.
George Washington was based.
They were a wedding gift.
No, George Washington was based.
He got hand-me-down Negroes.
He didn't believe in slavery. That was the thing. He could have bought slaves.
He got reluctant hand-me-down Negroes. Oh, what the hell?
Yeah, he wasn't a pretty much a rich dude, a rich white dude. He could have owned slaves. He owned hemp farms, right, in the Americas. He could have very easily owned slaves, but he didn't want to. Then he married that bitch. Sorry.
Wait.
I'm just saying, man.
Wait, man.
No,
he was a connect. I know he was a farmer. I didn't know he was a connect.
George was a hippie for his time. Look, he had money growing weed. He was beyond
Georgie was more worried about that box.
Yeah,
George was woke.
He also slaughtered people in their sleep.
Yeah, he was pretty.
He said,
all right, I'm gonna stop teasing George.
He said, I'm gonna win this revolution right now.
He said George Washington, America. No, you know, America's first Chad was
every man has contours.
No, Ben Franklin Ben Franklin was the first Chad.
Ben Franklin was a.
Look, Ben Franklin was just a fucking he was a
perv all the way around.
No, what Ben Franklin was he was a fucking Benedict Arnold. Let's keep it real, man. That man would have sided with whoever was winning.
Watch your mouth. Listen, white man. Don't cost me all my white man.
No, he would have sided with whoever was winning.
Don't cost me my shekels. Matter of fact, white man, don't cost me my shekels. Watch your mouth.
Hey, I came to an epiphany. Let me get this out real quick before I forget it.
Epiphany, Dave. Epiphany.
Here it is. These girls, they talking, you know, when you talking about these boss girls and they was complaining, oh, these dudes and all of that. Look, they thought that I don't listen to them, kind of like what Dirty Folks was saying, like, man, don't listen to him with the clothes on. I'm kind of seeing what he's saying now. Because they ain't saying that about everybody. They just mad that the normal Chad that they used to get ain't giving them what they wanted. And why am I in the middle of her complaining about, you know, she can't get blammed by the dude she won't? You know what I'm saying? That's really what it's about. She thought that maybe
I think a lot of female politics has a latent sexual component that we really don't want to address. Like I talk about it with black women and white men. A lot of that grievance is just sexual rejection. But Snowman, I don't think you had the floor yet. Let me kick the ball to you. You got it last.
No, it's good with you, Hood.
I'm doing well, man. I'm trying to keep my shekels alive.
I ain't gonna say anything. I ain't gonna say nothing that'll get you taken down, man. I promise. I know better. I've been doing this long enough. I'm not like all these other assholes that don't care.
Did he cuss?
Oh, here you go. Here you go. Anyway, you got it.
Micker.
But anyhow, dude, what's your thoughts on the whole
Rick Fuentes? Oh.
No, not the. Well, that was pretty
Yeah,
interesting.
you're itching to talk about that, and I'm gonna bring that up, but I'm only gonna do that on Rumble because I have a whole theme I want to set up around that. But stop, shooting off.
No, that wasn't
before
what I
start the
was
fight.
curious about. I was curious about that whole thing with that kid down in what is it, Texas?
I did a couple of shows on that already, man. I mean, obviously, I don't think the kid. I think the black kid kind of went a little ham, and I'm not even. I didn't do too much commentary on the event itself because it is what it is. All the facts speak for themselves. I've been talking about like the racial team response to it, like the black
it is
black people are
interesting.
kind of showing their ass right now.
Well, it is interesting that how people are playing team sport and turn this right into a racial put the racial dynamic and element into it that wasn't even there to begin with.
Well, that's sort of how this country goes, though, bro. Like I think.
To me, it's interesting. American man, to me, it's interesting seeing some of these political pundits and shit that are actually kowtowing to this shit and trying to say that. Look, I'm not saying that the kid intended to off the other kid. I'm not saying that by no means, but I am saying that if you let this kid get off on it and say it's self-defense, that's a serious precedent you're setting for all these underage kids.
He's not getting off on
self-voluntary manslaughter.
Yeah, he's not. He's
That's
not.
what I was about to say, involuntary manslaughter.
If they knock it down to involuntary, man, then it's a lock. But the murder one, it could be a little trickier.
Do it like a vehicular homicide charge, man.
Yeah, that's really what it is, man.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't want to
school zone anyway.
Snowman, I've done several shows. I've done at least 2 streams on that, and I just dropped a video on that today.
Right.
So imagine.
I saw the one you dropped about Tim Pool.
Yeah, that's the same content. So I don't want to get bogged down into that conversation.
Right, I got you. But I was just asking because real quick, I was just asking, man, just because it's been the talk of the town all over the fucking streets of YouTube here the last 3 days, and like you said, hearing people talk about it, it's actually I think both sides are showing their faces.
I have an interesting theory on that, Hud, and I know you don't want to get bogged down, but I kind of want to get it out, right? I have an interesting theory.
So do I, to be honest with you, on why it happened.
So I think
everybody's so emotional. Goodness gracious!
Yeah, we take
hold on. I don't know about emotion, but so here's the theory, right? That I have on that. I think his anger was actually misguided. I think he may have been an affluent kid, not really accepted by black culture, and because everything is white supremacy's fault, it kind of came out on a white guy in his way to be accepted. But really, most of his problems is Keisha and her sons.
Well, no, you're all American man. I'm almost where you're at with it.
That is, and here's why. Hold on. Let me finish. Right, here's why. My nephew, right, is on his way to corporate, right, and his biggest enemies that are giving him hell is a Puerto Rican man and a black woman. There's not a single white man there, yet everyone is telling him it's the white people that are in your way, when the only people in his way is a Puerto Rican and
women and foreigners.
There it goes. Is the only people in his way, right? But if he was to say that, everyone would tell him, "Shut up! It's the white man in your way."
I say it all the time. Women,
and I think that's sort of what this
educated black man.
No, hold on. But I think it's sort of what that black kid's going through. Like he's from an affluent place. That means the black community doesn't like him.
Well, right? American man, because of what, if you can, I just wanted to add to that because I think it's.
And I'm not saying that to say what he did was justified.
No. Well, we'll see what I think it is. I think what you said is an element to it, but I think what the dynamic more so is he is a black kid that grew up in an uncommon way for black kids to grow up. He grew up in the lap of luxury with wealth, going to a private school. He grew up with the Cosby parents for his parents, damn near. His mom was a lawyer, his dad was a doctor, or vice versa. And me personally, what I think it is he had friends that he was hanging out with that were probably, of not his parents' taste or standard. They were questionable characters,
Yeah,
and they started making him feel as though he was less black than what he was, and he went out and decided that he wanted to go and do a hit an op or some shit, possibly just to show his blackness and feel like he's part of the culture.
I got a whole theme and a show I really wanted to do about this, and you guys are wasting all the commentary. Oh man.
Okay, all right. Sorry.
I promise we're gonna do it mostly on Rumble, and I don't want to like jump
My
and stick
bad,
it
Hood.
all up tonight because I want to talk about this more because it's not going away right away. You know, the 72 window YouTube hour has been extended for this event because I think we're gonna have a racial summer because Trump's president now. We have to have a racial summer.
That's true.
And it's not going away, but I have things I want to talk about. But I'm going to be patient.
I apologize.
I'm going to be a professional and hold the content that I have built up for the next show.
Okay. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I apologize to you, sir.
No, it's not an apology thing. I don't want to like get too far into it. And now I wind up having like a long show that's about a bunch of different stuff. I want this to be about the thing that's about.
You're right.
But Bumpkin, you look like I don't know. You look like you're looking confused at the screen. Bumpkin, save us from whatever we were talking about. Pull us back out of this hole, please.
I think burgers go really good with fries. I don't know.
They do actually. They
Hey,
do.
Bumpkin, it looks like your Amish beard's finally starting to fill into a full man beard.
Oh, no, he's still a Amish.
It ain't all necky now. He's got some up on his cheek.
That was a rude statement to say for no reason. I don't understand why these
It's almost connecting though.
I don't understand why in these YouTube streets it almost seems like the other white guys give me more flack than
somebody needs to give
We're supposed to be proximity, man.
There is no white solidarity. That's crazy.
There is none, bro. There is none.
White hate.
All the time, proximity.
White lives matter. Jesus Christ.
Hey, when I met this person in person, he said, "Yep, I hate you just as much in person as I do online." Now.
I never said I hate.
But there were no black people in the room. That's the difference.
There was a black person in the room, though.
Actually, there was 2 black people in the room. He was scary.
There was. Oh, it's dirty, folks. He was there.
Yo, shoot. See, you guys don't have any solidarity, man. It's tough.
None.
We got to teach white people how to stick together like black people.
Hey, hold on. You know what's so crazy?
No, Hood.
Shut up,
Hood,
Dave.
this was so crazy, right? There was an Asian.
This is where you get the bounty, Dave.
There was an Asian.
We can't afford for them to unite like that, man.
No. It was an Asian, 3 rednecks, and 2 coloreds in one house, right? That sounded like a joke that shouldn't be told, right?
Yeah, it do sound like a joke, bro.
And the scariest dude was the married black man. You know why? Because his wife is black and she driving him crazy. He got a gun on his hip and he the driver, like can't get home without. Like the scariest dude was the married black man. Go figure.
See, Bumpkin, we can't have nothing. They gotta be just a little bit worse off than everything.
I know, right? And Bunkin a whole racist, and I felt more comfortable with Bunkin with this gun than I did with the black guy. Black guy got off the phone with his wife.
That's crazy.
You know, this is a weird, interesting thing too. This is what I noticed about modern American culture. A lot of the superficial racial animus is really motivated by the women. Because men, for the most part, if we don't get along, we don't really mingle. If we can get along, then the mingling happens, and there's that. But I think the women kind of take all the little things and they want to blow them out of proportion. And then because media nowadays is largely like women driven, it takes the narratives and runs with it. But I've always kind of suspected that like between men, you can kind of hammer out at least working lines. Like, I'm not saying we will totally get rid of racial animus, but you can hammer out working lines that you don't have to have giant national problems every single time. But it just seems like we're always stuck in that weird place. And I think a large part of it is because I'm trying to tie the whole show back to its original anchor here. Though I think a large part of that racial dynamic is too many women in the conversation, frankly. Too many girl bosses. The black girl bosses and the white girl bosses are not honest actors.
Well, there is that thing. Is too many chiefs and not enough Indians, man.
You know what I was thinking about right now? Between Bumpkin and Snowman. Whenever the whites get together from different types of whites get together, they tend to argue amongst themselves and go into a purity spiral because they gotta take out their nearest competition to divvy the rest of us up.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh no,
Yeah.
there is no competition. I'm white and he's Irish. There is no competition.
You know what? And shout out to that. He's my maker though. But look,
White on
here's the
white
thing.
racism. We
I
just
tell y'all
can't
all
get
the
away
time.
from it. Let's have it. Fuck it. Let's have it.
No, white and black doesn't exist. Like when black people aren't there, white people aren't like we white. They become Irish, German, because we're all tribal. I hate colors for accepting Haitians and Africans. I don't even like Nigerians.
And I think the thing is, Dirty, women are really tribal as women. Women is the tribe for the most part. Like women tribe up against the men, especially in a modern context. You don't really. Well, let me reframe that. In America, the tribe is women. Women don't really seem to operate purely on the ethnic tribal lines the way men will more or less operate on ethnic tribal lines. Like, because, the jail is a great example of that. I don't know how it is in women's jail, but I know jail is a great example of how men, whether you like it or not, the ethnic tribal line is the most easily, readily formed tribal line. And that will extend beyond the bounds of the wall, the prison wall, whereas like, politically, women kind of dominate the diversity movement because women are a part of diversity. Women are their own tribe in the diversity movement. They're the leading tribe.
Yeah. They are.
I don't believe that.
I don't either because I don't think women tribe up at all.
I think women are globalists. Women hate women.
I don't even think they're globalists. I think they're individualists, man, and they will take anybody out to get just for their own survival.
This is why I know women are tribe.
The one caveat is women tribe up against men. That's my whole point about the tribe. That's how their tribe
women just
forms.
hate men. That's not tribal. Women just
That's
hate
like
you.
think about this. Think about this. When we talk about
against women.
Women tribe up with women against men for the most part. When women tribe up against women, it's like an internal petty political struggle, but they will form up to call a man a sexual abuser or something like that all the time. And the point I'm trying to make, think about another example, the racial phenomenon, right? You don't hear a lot of white women mud shark shaming. It's almost exclusively the purview of white men. Men typically hold the racial boundaries in that area. And there's always a point of contention, especially between white and black men. But women don't really like to maintain the lines of racial bounds when it comes, at least not in the modern sense. Maybe they did back in the day. But right now, you don't hear a lot of women really shaming interracial relations because it benefits the woman.
You're both right.
Only men want
to
police the boundary.
Let me expand on that though. The mud sharking is one thing, but that's crayon stuff. Women aren't loyal to any logo. There's no tribal crest. Women will sleep with 26 GDs to become a sister of the struggle and then have a baby by a vice lord, another baby by a 13. Right?
The vagina is the logo, bro. The vagina is God's logo. God gave them that logo.
Women only come together.
We've been worshiping vagina before. Listen, we've been worshiping vagina before we even thought God.
That's a man thing. Women don't care about their vagina. They put anything in their vagina: plastic, metal, vegetables.
Hold on. Carmen asked what mud sharking is.
You don't want to know. What is mud sharking, Carmen? Mud sharking is a slur that white men cast on. Well, it's an interracial dating slur, but it's the thing that white people say about the.
I've heard black men say that shit too.
Blacks. I mean, maybe you've heard it, but I think the phrase originated.
It comes from the other side. Black men, we usually say black or something.
We just adopted, like we make the N-word cool. You know what I mean? We just be taking.
Yeah, I know.
Stuff.
You guys take all of our racial
don't look at
slurs
us.
and steal them.
You know what? What you got me to think right now?
The one cool word we came up with, and you guys had to take it.
Look,
I don't use it. You can have
the other one too. We took the other one, and now you can't have it.
Look, Dirty and Hood were
That was
right.
the one I was talking about.
And they got me to think about something real quick.
Back. Sorry.
So, like, you know how they were saying they're more individualist than collective. But I think they're actually both. And they could shut that off, flick that off and on, like, a lot easier than we can.
No, women are fight promoters. They're not loyal to anything. Okay, I'll give you an example.
No,
right?
they could gather
only
together.
loyal to themselves.
They could clamor together without even just by reading the room, right? Well, when they need to, either just by making power plays, they could disassociate themselves from the group and ask for sympathy from the men, from the women group.
Right, because they're fight promoters. They only get together to hate men or hunt men. Girls' night out is about drinking margaritas and saying my baby daddy ain't shit, or drinking margaritas and saying let's go to the club and get some.
Instinctively, they could collectivize and drop their individuality.
They don't drop their individual ever.
It may be a mask. It may be a mask or something, but they do it out of necessity, out of the situation, though.
No, their collective goal is to get over, right?
That is true. If they collectivize, it's only to multiply to get overness.
Right?
Because individually, they're weak, and they know it.
Individually, they hate. Okay, I'll give you a perfect example, right? Give me 3 girls, right? You give me 3 girls in a club, right? And you got the fat girl that hold a purse, and she got 2 bad friends, right? You know you got to holler at the fat girl for somebody got to take one for the team for you to get the bad chick, because she not gonna be like, you know what? I'm glad my friends got a boyfriend. No, they'll destroy everything.
If they're not mentally, what I'm saying, they're weak. If they're not mentally able to maintain their will on a specific topic or whatever, because they may get distracted, may not know anything. They don't have to know what they're arguing about, right? It's just based on emotion. But if that emotion gives out, they immediately try to collectivize to gain support or some kind of morale building. But they could easily separate from the group and go on their own mission.
Their mission is okay, cool. Their own mission, but what that is collectively or individually, it's women trying to find men to fight her fights for her. Whether it's a stepdaddy to step up or a son to fight the new stepdaddy after she got the stepdaddy to step up, whatever it is, daddy, brother, their job is every man who loves them needs to die for them.
Yes.
And as a contrast,
Stop right there. That's a perfect place. I wanted to jump in. I forgot to announce this $3 super chat. Actually, it's a €3 super chat from Ivan. From Yvonne, my man Yvonne from the EU. Yes. He said Chinese soldiers recently got captured in the Ukraine. And thank you for the super chat. And
did he capture them?
No. Stop. Just chill for a minute. I'm glad we got back to this conversation. You brought up the women of the Ukraine, and we're talking about female girl bosses and modernity and women not being tribal. The women of Ukraine in particular, I mean, obviously, I'm not going to say every single woman, because I've seen women try to stop their men getting dragged into the conscription van. But the men of the Ukraine are getting dragged into conscription, and there are videos of Ukrainian women who fled the country and are now TikTok dotting all over the West right now. And that's an inherent female privilege that I don't know if we could ever totally get rid of that, because they're wealthy women, and women in general will just never feel war up front like men feel war up front. But the men will always have to get dragged off to war, and so you're gonna see stuff like that. The women of Ukraine are literally like making TikToks, dancing on the grave of their dead husbands and whatnot. It's crazy what the women of Ukraine are doing on these videos, man. But shout out to my man Yvonne with the €3 with the €3 super chat rather. But I'm sorry, I cut you guys off. You got it, man.
Oh, look, Dirty. In contrast to that, it's like saying, a guy could just, talk all of his shit, and then when pressure gets applied, right, and he's not confident, he just dips into a group and then dips out, and then does it randomly, and other men would automatically jump in. It's not the same. When a girl's in distress, she would lose her individuality and join the group, whatever group it is, out of necessity.
Okay. Look, let's use that, because I don't believe in egalitarianism, and I think women do a lot of dysfunctional things. Only men are good.
They're operating under different parameters.
Men can't do that. I remember being a kid watching the movie Colors, and Hightower was trying to be a Crip in the Blood, and they beat him up in jail. In Chicago, 6-point star GD, 5-point star is Vice Lord. If you flip from GD to Vice Lord or vice versa, they call you an 11-point. Like, yo, bro, can't nobody trust you. Men don't get to change their allegiances, bro. Men don't get to do that.
Yeah, you really can't go from a 5 to a 6.
You know what I mean? No matter how much I say I'm not black as a construct of sociology, I can call myself Tony all day. I can't say I'm Irish.
No.
Like The mental
Right.
mind, but women get to do things with impunity because men won't out-five them.
You know, it's weird. We both kind of we talk about similar things in that regard about blackness and sort of we're black, but we abandon black at the same time. But no matter what, we are who we are. You can't change the way people are going to see you. You're automatically going to be kind of tagged as a part of the label. But that just kind of it's just sort of a part of the weird problem that men have that women really don't. Men sometimes have to carve an identity for themselves. Men might have to wave their own flag and attract other people to it. And it's a burden that women don't necessarily have to carry. A woman can almost always find shelter under another man's flag. Men don't really get that.
And I'll tell you this: men don't necessarily need that. Men run in numbers, right? Frats, groups, gangs, cliques, lodges, whatever, right? But men don't necessarily need protection from ... except the bad guy, right? Because we live in society, and society is a nation of rules, right? And every rule has a penalty. When you remove the penalty from one element, and they already about anarchy and chaos and call it freedom, and they are free, right? Because freedom is the freedom of oppression and rules, right? Which is anarchy, but nobody says it like that. Men's idea of freedom is like, don't be oppressed by a regime. Women's identity of freedom is, I don't have any rules. I can do what I want to do. I can have 5 kids by 8 dudes because you got to count 3 abortions. But I still want child support from the 3 abortions because for them 3 months I was pregnant, I should get child support for that. Like there's no you can't constrain them, right? So until women are constrained, you don't have a society. Men are doing, I'm not saying it's a coward's way out at all, but what men are doing is they're avoiding a problem. And that's what we do, right? You see this, you see something move around, right?
Let me hold on. I want to stop you real quick because you said something about constraining women, and I realize it's some. I just be scanning different thoughts from all over the internet, and apparently one of the criticisms of fascism or fascistic thinking is that you have to oppress the women per se in order to have a functioning society. Is like fascism doesn't work without oppressing women. That's basically the criticism, right? But I think that's not a criticism, that's an observation. You can't really have functioning society. And oppression is an extreme word that we use tongue in cheek over here. But at the same time, society is quietly okay with the oppression of men. All right. The fact that I have to get a job to do all the things I want, it feels like oppression to me. And everybody's okay with that, right? But when it comes to women, we help women. And that's what I mean. But society is typically okay with the oppression of men. And what I realize is that for women, you kind of need what we call oppression. You need to force the rigors of social performance and behavior onto women as much as you do onto men. And it's a separate realm for women, but the restrictions must be applied just the same. And you have to therefore oppress them in the same way, to the same degree at least, that you oppress the men if you want a society. And I don't think you've ever had any great culture that really hasn't observed a forced boundary to some degree, at least on their rise up. The fall down is always different.
But see, I think like it would naturally revert. I don't when you say like taking the rights or everything like that. I know it might sound hyperbolic and it sounds funny and shit like that, but honestly, I think the genie's out of the bottle. I don't think you could force that in. Like the only like outcome that I could see like being plausible is if everybody's lives gets extremely uncomfortable to where the illusions that they were under are no longer they're clashing with reality to the point where it's just sort of like, well, obviously it's going to be out of necessity. They're going to be like, well, now I don't just want a man, I need a man.
Okay,
And not
that's
only do I need it, I have to protect it from everybody else because they also do need what I want and need.
That's one way to do it. I'm gonna tell you another way to do it. The way that America's been doing it for the last Rosie the River to now, right? You market it differently. Women really can't think. Women aren't really smart. Even when they was talking about, women getting their degrees, you can't tell me that 78% of the nation are functional illiterates and then at college. Have you seen what they go to school for? So even the degree doesn't matter. The thing that women go by, and when I say women don't care about their body, right? Women don't. Like anybody who's ever, I know my maker, I know Snowman been through here. You ever been with a girl that you never knew, you've never met in your life, you're on a double date, you've never seen that day in your life, and her friend tell, "Oh, girl, give him some," and she be like, "Okay,"
and you regret it from that day forward.
I mean, you regret it, and she don't count you though. You don't count because she doing her friend a favor, so you don't even go on her body count. She still ain't only been with 2 guys and been celibate for 3 months. You know what I mean? But because women don't care about their body, and I don't think any of us do really, except the protect your semen guys. But there's nothing.
Well, I mean,
really.
that's the more like esoteric religious argument. You're getting kind of metaphysical when you say even men don't care about their body except for the semen retention guys. But that's a separate conversation worthy of having. But it's a lot heavier.
But all I'm saying is that to conscribe it, you market. Vote for me. I don't even want to be tribal warlord no more. Now I'm program director. Vote for me for program director. We'll make it comfortable. There's a lot of great things about women being in the home. They call this slavery. We need to promote slavery as something different. That needs to be rebranded, right? What's wrong
when we
with
talk about the promotion? Sorry, when we talk about the promotion angle, Cody, I think you and I we spoke about the promotion issue before on different terms, but when I talk about like, all right, I don't think I want to use the word fascism so much anymore because it has such a heavy negative connotation. Although that's ultimately what people will call it, and so I don't want to run from the label. But I think far right is just a lot more palatable item to sell, and ultimately the issue here is I think I want to sell far right ideology in general, but to a black audience, even if we're talking about like YouTube stuff. But I want to sell far right because what you're talking about is essentially like fascism tongue in cheek, because what you want is to promote the right thing to do, promote the culture that you want that will develop and grow your culture, and you want to maybe punish or at least penalize the negative aspects of things. I'm not saying you go totally, we're not going to arrest every homosexual, but you know how Russia just like they literally raided like gay nightclubs and shit like that. Maybe that's as far as we need to go. You just got to do that shit at home and quiet.
Can we arrest most of them at least?
All we need to do is make adultery illegal. I don't understand why that is not illegal. It seems like all the family laws being made are against men. Like, for example,
they're against family.
Yeah, against family, but I don't know if specifically men. Like, for example,
See, hold on. I don't know if illegal is the right term, but I think we're going in the right direction where adultery has to at least not be punished. It has to not be rewarded. Because I don't want to put a guy in jail for having mistress. I don't want to put a woman in jail for getting some extra dick on the side either. I'm like, I accept that. I'm not going to be totally barbaric and like, I'm not going to stone you for cheating on your husband, right? But
not only that, but
you should be able to take all of his money either.
But we enable a lot of that behavior too. That's another thing too.
What he's saying, Hood.
That's my point. We have to at least lean the conversation towards at least penalizing these behaviors, not necessarily putting a woman or man in jail.
For instance,
maybe not jail. Yeah, it doesn't. The punishment for as far as being illegal doesn't necessarily have to be jail, but there should be a punishment. Like I agree with you, Hood. It shouldn't be rewarded, but it also should have negative consequences. Like for example, in Colorado, they just passed a law that says if you misgender your child, they can take away your parental rights in a custody battle. Who do you think that's a target against? That's a punishment against men. That's the type of shit that we need to start changing. That's the type of things, angles we need to make with it.
No, you guys are saying a lot of words and it sounds good, right? You know what I'm going to narrow this down to one word that you guys are looking for that can immediately correct all of this. equality.
No.
There is no such thing. What word is that?
I'm better than girls.
Hold on. Hold on. Here's
You
why
said
you guys
equality
don't
like that was the
understand.
ace of spades or some shit. I don't know.
It is. Do you know why? Do you know why?
That question nobody's saying.
Because if you give women equality, they're going to go back to what they were, to what
Just
was
talking out
No,
your ass.
hell no. That shouldn't make no sense. You sound like Ken Lee. Ken Lee said that dumb shit. We can't.
No, I get what he's trying to get across, man.
Man,
I know what
you
he's trying to get
guys,
across.
No, hold on.
Like,
Don't snatch the ball. Don't snatch the ball.
No,
Because
no,
he
no.
was making a point. He was being tongue in cheek, and we were fucking with him. But I know
Cause
what you're saying.
I know what he's saying too.
right?
Don't
Ken Lee
take the
told me
ball
about his
from
side,
him.
he can't-
Don't take the ball. Let him have his point.
No. Ken Lee.
Dave,
Wait, I just want to address this and I'm
you're
gonna
a
shut up.
feminist. Stop talking.
I'm
Here's
gonna
the
say
thing,
this,
right? Here's the thing, right? If you give them equality, they will go back to 1965.
They will
Now,
not.
not saying anyone needs to go back to 1965, but what I'm saying is if you actually give them, right? If all the laws were equal, if a woman punches a man in the face and they carted her ass off to jail and say, "Yo, you're abusive, this and that," they'll start things will begin to change.
That's
So
penalty.
I hear all you guys fancy words, but just give them equality,
No.
and then they'll say, you know what? Let's all go back to something that looks remotely beneficial to us. That's what
I think.
You would give me to provide for a girl. I ain't
No. You missed it.
Order in the church. Order in the church.
Thank you.
I'm not
He's making a tongue-in-cheek comment, and I get what you're saying, but I think what's really lost for a lot of people is like we're talking about modernity, and the problem is modernity kind of mocks that equality that you're talking about, because back in the 50s we weren't talking about equality so much. That was a very new concept. So we've been sold equality minus the reality that you just added to it, and that's where we are right now in modernity. That's why we're having such a we're having such a adverse reaction to it, because
so modernity for women. Here's the thing: modernity for women is just privilege.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's why if you give them equality, you take away the privilege.
But if we give women equality, they will probably die. Like only men can battle for equality.
Hold on.
Women are not going to survive the battles for equality. That's what men are for.
No, too many men will simp out. And
hold on.
Yeah, it will never happen.
I don't know what's going on, but it just sounds like
you guys
somebody's trying to trick me into providing.
Give them equality.
Yeah, I ain't listening to that.
They decide
American man. Look,
if you guys would just chit 1 second, please.
Go ahead.
If you give them equality, right? Because remember, we just said modernity to them is privilege. If you give them equality, they say we don't want equality and we don't want modernity. Let's go back to what we had before.
And what was before? Did that involve me providing for? Because it's privilege.
Hold on, Dave. Hold on.
That sounds.
You got honestly, you guys are just going to respond, not trying to hear what I'm saying.
I hear you. It sounds like you want me
a lot of you guys are going
equality since the 1960s, and this is how we got here. Oh, there is no such thing as equality. There is no girl who won't suck the boss off to get off work an hour early.
No. Look.
Hold on. I'm gonna give it to y'all.
American man. I think I know what American man is getting at.
We get what you're saying. It's the use of the word equality of itself that's kind of shorting,
triggering everyone.
What's triggering me is this.
No.
You want me to
I don't even think that's it.
I want the response. You got it.
I ain't doing it.
I don't even think that's it, because look, if we do give them, American man, if we do give them the equality that you're talking about, that would mean that, and it actually does play out like that. That means that we've lost something within ourselves that we don't know what that would look like, because it'll look like Russia. It'll look like Russia. Have you seen like girls getting beat up in Russia by their man, and they call 911 and they're like, "What do you want us to do?" And they're like, he's beating my ass right now. They're like, oh, no, actually, it was somebody calling me like, hey, he's beating the shit out of her. He's like,
I
what
don't
do you
know
want
what
us to do?
I don't know what you're talking about. That doesn't sound like a
No,
problem to
in
me.
Russia, like
I
they
know
don't.
Russia doesn't sound totally terrible to me. Like there are
It
things about
doesn't.
Russia
Sounds
I
like
don't
Russia's got
hate.
things in
But I'm
order
like,
over there.
some
I
people here
mean, for
can't
real,
stomach that.
they're orthodox over there, bro. Chill.
No, I know, but they can't. Like people here won't be able to stomach that type of stuff.
Listen,
Here's the thing. Here's the
that's the
thing. And when
mission.
and when the
That's the mission. We
stomach
have to bring the Orthodox Church of misogyny to the world, bro.
and
I don't hate Russia
Yeah,
for
man,
their
ain't no borders
orthodoxy.
to this
and when the
earth.
stomaching can't be taken, people will say, okay, let's get this class of people back in line so that there is no equality, but they understand that they have this over here, and that's
No,
what works.
no.
Well, this is my problem with
Oh
the
yeah, well,
equality.
listen, American man.
This is my problem. Is
Going back
it
to
it
where
does,
you're talking about mean that I have to provide for this.
yes, yeah, that's a problem, Dave. That's a problem, Dave. That's a problem. It
Because if
doesn't
so,
work.
I'm out of that. No, no
It
go.
doesn't work because in modern
I'm living
society,
a great
the
life.
man
I'm not
the men
providing.
do everything already. The men do everything. We protect. We create the
And you're
infrastructure,
getting nothing.
and
You
we
give
don't
them
get.
equality, it comes back to you getting something for
It
doing all
does
that.
not.
But
You're
this
doing
is the
all
thing.
that
This is the thing.
anyway, and you're
It's
not
not
getting
working,
anything.
man.
This is the thing. The women don't care about the man if they don't need to. There has to be a need for the man in a woman's life, or she doesn't care. That's what I posted about
But you give them
late
equality.
stage.
It
It's
sounds
called
like
late.
you're the
There's this
feminist.
thing called
It sounds like
late
you're trying to
stage.
trick me into providing and simping.
What there's this thing called late stage lesbianism, and it's a
And
women
hiding
who
behind modernity talk.
they check out of the game, they divorce their husband, or they never get a husband. They just are hoes, and they just end up becoming lesbians because they don't give a fuck. Or the cat lady, they don't give a fuck. They don't if there's no need for the man,
That's the
they don't
Democrat
care
Party.
about the man.
There's a
Whereas,
party of late stage lesbianism. I saw you tape that in the chat earlier. I'm glad you brought
yeah,
that up. I think the Democrats are the party of late stage lesbianism. They offer lesbianism at all ages, but by the late stage, where else are you gonna go?
and I hate to be that guy, but the problem is kind of with us. The problem is that we do need women. Like
That's
we
your problem.
inherently
You loving this woman.
naturally we do everything to get pussy and to start a family and have a legacy. So that is like inherently our issue. Whereas the women, they don't have that
You
issue.
don't
They
know
don't
how
give
to be
a
a
fuck.
modern man and just say surrogacy is the answer.
Wait.
10,000
Not an
so
answer
family.
though.
Wait. I'm actually cool with surrogacy right now because it's my baby or her baby. It's not our baby. I'm with you on that. But here's the thing. He said a couple of things that really made sense. Women don't need you until they need you.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, that goes back to really what I was going to try to tell Kim Lee. He was talking about we need women to push society forward. We do not. Women will sleep with the winner. You need to be with a team of winners, and the women will find you.
Right.
And they'll capitulate to whatever you want because they want to be with a winner.
Yeah.
So you don't really need women to do anything because women only every benefit that you think about women, she naked.
All you gotta do is get some swag, drip, and riz, dog. You ain't gotta turn the clock back. Let these hoes pay their own bills, bruh.
Yo, outside of
Stop trying to get me to pay them.
outside of needing a oot oot, what are women doing that you can't do?
And that a man can't do better.
You know,
That's why I
again,
competition with the
hold
women,
on. I want to say this because earlier I talked about the movie Fight Club and how it was this sort of cult classic movie about men, you know, getting rid of all the unnecessary things and getting back to masculinity. But when they destroyed society, he was holding hands with a woman watching the buildings fall. And I think there is a poetry in it. And I said it's beyond me, and I was just sort of being hyperbolic, you know, speaking poetically or whatever. I was getting a little flourish to it. But I think what's happening there is you really can't get away from that simple truth. Men and women, we are one. We are two, but we are meant to be one in that we can make a third. You know what I mean? Like there is a magic to it. And I think that modernity kind of clouds the magic of it all. This is why, as I've become more of an adult man, I've accepted a certain spiritual reality. I don't like to talk about religious things all that much. I'm not going to ever be a Bible thumper. This channel's never going to be a religious Christian Bible thumping channel, but I have respect for the faith. I have great respect for the very idea of faith, because I do think there's something magic that we're missing. And we have all these little signs telling us that there's magic that we should be getting back to, and we just can't because it's modern. What?
You know what they
Shut
say?
up, Dave. You just stepped all over a good rant. I'm gonna put a bounty on you.
I couldn't hear what you said at the end. Can you repeat that?
No, it was too good. Dave, I just hope you know the next time you come back, the bounty's gonna be open immediately, just because you pissed me off. I was ranting. You started talking like 30 seconds too early.
Yeah, cut off the whole end of his
I wish Dave had the problem that Hood has with the mute button sometimes. That shit's super fucking
I know, right?
distracting.
Dave has that problem, but in reverse. He thinks he's muted when he's just talking to like the ether.
But anyways, I was gonna say the Holy
He's
Trinity.
allergic to the mute button.
Bounty time.
The Holy Trinity is the Holy Trinity.
When you go look back at this conversation, you gonna be like, "Man, Dave got me out of this." You was about to talk about love and all that shit. You gonna be like,
simple way to get
I wasn't talking about love. See. Hold on. Stop for a second, please. I wasn't talking about love the way you think, bro. I was speaking about the spiritual. Like, it's not about love. Like, I love a girl. I was talking about something more divine. But you being black, and so you started talking and stuff. You ruined the whole thing.
Now, I also want to point something out, right? I also want to point something out, and I'm going to point out, and this is how we know Dave's a liberal. When I said all of that, he was the only person on the panel that said, "Hell no, you want me to take care of a family?" You notice how he's the only one that said that.
I already take care of a family.
There was no other man up here that pointed that out as problematic. Pay attention.
You were the first on the panel, and that was the first thing you said too, I think.
Pay attention, right? He was the only one that was like, "What? That means you want me to go back to taking care of a family?"
No, taking care of her.
Right?
I caught that too. I caught it
He
too.
was the only one that had a problem.
No. I caught you slippery sloping trying to get me to empty my pockets. Son.
Pay attention.
No more,
sir. Again,
to be fair, I think you're both.
The hell is he?
I think you were missing the point, Dave, and American Man. You're slightly misquoting him, but you were jumping out of pocket just the same. Everybody caught you jumping out of pocket in a weird way, Dave.
He's always jumping out of pocket in a weird way.
And Dave, look, I was going to say the Holy Trinity is man, woman, and child. That is the thing. There's nothing else besides that.
Here's the
there's
problem
nothing
with-
wrong with acknowledging that, and that's a
Here's the problem
sacred
with-
thing.
That's the point. That's the point that Dave stepped on. That is the thing. I think we can't. We want to get it. We want to escape that trap, and I think that's the trap that we're supposed to be in: man, woman, child under God. And it's the thing that modernity wants us to abandon.
But here's my pushback on. Here's my pushback on Hood.
I've been through too
Is
much.
man, woman,
I swear to God, Dave, don't make me give Hood money to drop you.
Yeah, here's my pushback on Hood, on what Hood said.
Make me a 6-star general. Go ahead.
Shut up, Dave.
Good, dirty.
I'm already
Look, here's my problem with what you said, Hood. That was very misogynist of you, sir. Because in the totem pole, right? You know how you got the totem poles? It's the head, the body, the feet, right? And in women's mind, my kids come first, so it's the feet, the body, the head. So you're eating dirt. Women want to remove men from family. Like if you give me a man and a woman, no kids, right? A man, a woman, and a puppy. That's a family. You add a kid, it's an extended family. You give me a woman with a child, say a baby mama. There's no family without men. But what they'll do is they'll try to create family because of the children and say, this is my family, absent of men. Women really don't like men. They need men. They don't like men. And in the aspect of
that's true.
In the aspect of, and this is why equality don't work. In the aspect of a 7-year-old don't like daddy because daddy make you do your homework and eat your vegetables. Right? Love daddy, don't like daddy all the time. Right?
You know, I think there's there's a bitter truth in what we're kind of discovering, not just in this conversation, but broadly speaking, in like, men in the red pill manosphere conversations. But when you say women don't like men, I think there is a certain curse that men have the number one headband. Guys remember like Afro Samurai, the number one headband. That whole movie was about Afro Samurai had the number two headband, and he was just bound to pursue the number one headband. And whoever took the number two from him, now their job in life was to take the number one headband. And women, man, as a species, as the divine being that we are the top of the pyramid. Man, as a species, are number one, and then within that, men. Somebody's walking through the project.
Somebody's delivering Amazon.
I know, right?
That's
Somebody just
beautiful.
walked through a heavy door. I hear a project door.
I heard the projects too. You heard that too?
I
It sounded like mob.
Nigga, you in the projects? Nigga, don't die. Don't dodge that shit. Anyway,
them heavy ass steel doors are something else.
anyway, my point. I was saying, with man being the top of the pyramid on this earthly plane. And then within that, men being number one out of that group, women are cursed to the number two headband. And so as men, as much as we are quested with maintaining dominance over the world, we always have to remember that women, just for the fact that they have the number two headband, they can't help but to want to take us down and be number one. They can't help it. We don't necessarily get that about women, but that is a thing that's always been written into like our great like stories and tales of female nature and men and women and romance and whatnot. That there is a thing in women where they want power too. And as far as women are concerned, men represent power. That makes us prey.
Here's a problem with men.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right. The
Yeah.
problem with men is we're very tribalistic as men. We're very individualistic with women, right? Like we want my girl. Like I don't want dudes hitting
her. Yeah.
right. Like if me and two friends hit the same girl, she for the streets. Nobody's cuffing her,
Big
right?
facts.
Right.
So there's not a teamwork there. Like great company atmosphere, great corporate. There's no great corporate atmosphere that men create for their relationships for women to feel like she's part of the team. It's like she's my girl, she's my possession. And women are a possession, like a car or a pair of Jordans, right? But then you love her like you love your car or your Jordans that you never wear. And she resents being that because she wants to be autonomous, right? I'm a woman, I'm not a possession. And then she tries to emulate men because she sees men as whole. And she's just a bunch of holes. She's just all holes. But and instead of men creating the environment, like, look, shorty, you can't be happy unless I smile. Like, because your happiness is my detriment. The kids can't read. I'm sitting in the car for an hour, scared to come in the house when you're happy. My happiness should be your happiness. We need a great corporate culture here. And that's something that's not being taught because there's no men since the boomers, because the boomers was kind of cuckold. There's no men since the silent generation that could teach you how to create that corporate environment to keep your home happy.
Let me jump in right here because we're just exactly past the 4-hour mark, and I want to wrap this thing up. And let me say this in closing remarks. And thank you to everybody on the panel. Thank you to the guests that joined the show today. Appreciate all of you coming through. Shout out to everybody who donated to the show. I'm enjoying the new monetization run. I haven't even officially earned any of the money yet. I just appreciate knowing the fact that I joined the money earning club. It's like I'm a bag chaser now. And I thank everybody for helping me get to this point in the journey. But I want to say this in closing. I think the great loss of modernity can be summed up in one little simple transaction. Because I like to put things in economic terms. And speaking of economic terms, my man Dick Thug with the $10 super chat in closing, he says, it is worse because they went to school with boys. It is hard for them to stomach a man being above them when they've witnessed some fail. That's why they shouldn't have been in the same schools. That is an interesting point. Women are kind of supposed to, as men, it works better if the women just naturally have a sort of hierarchical. I don't even want to say mystique, but a hierarchical expectation of men and women. Like the men are at one place in the hierarchy and the women are at another. And we don't really instill that concept of gendered hierarchy in women any longer.
We don't segregate men and women anymore either.
That's what he's talking about. That's exactly what Dick Doug is talking about.
But Dick Doug, and I don't want to, because I know you're trying to get off. I just want to say this, Dick Doug, to you real quick. The reason that what you're saying doesn't work is because school has been commandeered to teach women. Like when boys have a school, like and if Dave wasn't on his pro blackness, he'll tell you Chicago has 4 all boys schools. All 4 of them have 3 of them have 100% graduation rate with a 99% scholarship rate for college. One of them has a 98% graduation rate. And black women are trying to tear the schools down because girls can't come. The
co-ed De La Salle?
The crime of government schools, right, that women get to run is everything's on memorization. And girls remember all type of dumb stuff. But when boys learn, they learn by dexterity, right? You show them an apple, you let them bite the apple, then you spell apple, and they're like, oh, it's an apple. It's not, men go to IKEA and try to build and look at the illustrations. We don't really read the book. Women read the book and still can't build the shelf. So school is built for people who want to read the instruction manual but still can't put the shelf together. So when women see men fail, they see boys fail at being good girls. And that's the problem with public school.
Dirty. I realize sometimes you do baby mama logic and speak, right? He didn't say anything wrong. All you had to say was, let me
No, I was explaining why they see boys fail.
Hold on.
He was wrong.
Stop talking. See, you're doing baby mama shit. Stop talking. All you had to say was,
nigga.
let me
It's
add
one
on.
motherfucking time. It's gonna be furniture movie.
He didn't say
You really just called me a bitch.
He does act like a baby mama. Expect grown ass men to take him out and feed him.
You're saying it's wrong, right? Like,
Hold on.
I've been listening
It's
for a
bad
while,
enough
bro.
to do a
Baby
shot at
mama
him.
in a
Let's
lot,
hear it,
bro.
Yeah, hold on. Let's hear it clearly what you're saying, because you did throw a shot at him, but I want to hear the criticism clearly. Never mind the shot. We'll address that in a second. Dirty, you didn't get it back.
Yeah, listen, right? He could come at me for the shot, but he does do like baby mama logic, right? Where like someone will say something reasonable and he'll try to like logic it and use all these extra words. Where like, bro, you were adding on to what he was saying. He's not wrong in anything that he's saying. Right? You're just adding on.
I never said he was wrong. I explained to him why.
Dirty rebuttal,
please. No one finish. Right? And so if you really were listening to understand, you would have said, I'm adding on, not let me tell you why you're wrong, and then go
I didn't say he was wrong.
Listen to what you said, American man.
I didn't say he was wrong.
You just want me to provide for these hoes. And I ain't
damn it, Dave, shut up. Anyway, Dirty Folk, and I'm kind of leaning with you, Dirty Folk. I don't recall you saying Dick Dog was wrong and here's why I'm right. I think you just commented on.
Nah, he did say that. Play it back. I
did not say he
Maybe
was
you,
wrong.
If you play it back and you right, then you get that. But I don't really recall that. But anyway, Dirty Folks,
I didn't say he was wrong. I said the reason that, and I went to a whole diatribe about
the reason
in
that
Chicago,
what?
They got
Finish
boys'
that.
schools that's doing their thing, and boys not supposed to go to school with girls. I never said he was wrong. I explained to him why the boys fail, because they don't fail independent of having to learn how girls learn. If anything, that's an argument for Trump getting rid of the board of education. I didn't say he was wrong at all.
You know what? That's a great thing too. Actually, I don't think I saved that clip, but I just came across a clip of someone. It was a black woman. That's what made me think about it. It was a black woman talking about
Hey David, if I see you with my hood, I'm calling the police on you.
The schools actually stopped really educating the kids years ago. And so the Department of Education, losing the DOE isn't that big a deal. And this is a woman from a couple years back wanting to like get rid of the DOE. She was speaking against it. And this is why even right now, after all the years of noticing all the weird, it's not just like the weird gay stuff that the schools are on. Like that's just a weird cultural thing, but they're also not making. They're also presiding over the worst illiteracy rate since like the Great Depression, basically. And we were reading even better in the Great Depression because there wasn't nothing else to do but read books and starve to death. And so it's like we're the dumbest we've ever been, probably. And I think that getting rid of the DOE and readdressing the education issue probably is a good thing. But anyway, that being said, we do have to end this show. We're going into overtime, way past my overtime now, and I want to go do other stuff now. But shout out to the
Long
panel.
ass
Thank you
goodbye.
guys so much. I know, right? I was gonna get out of here, but everybody wanted to talk more, and I didn't want to shut them up because this is a show, and they are a part of it.
And we're not mortal enemies, Dirty. We just had a small disagreement. I don't want you to come in next. I got to be this guy's mortal enemy.
What about me, man? What about
There's only two people in the world who can stop my flow, and both of them are my parents, bro. And one of them dead. Nobody else can say, bro. They're the only two people that say something that I can't kill, and everybody else I'll be like, yo, do I got bond money? Was it worth it? And this ain't worth it. So we ain't got no beef. I'm just saying, bro. Like that ain't what I said. Don't misquote me, but you did call me a bitch, and I will give a mouth shot for a bitch. Call a nigga a baby mama. That's wow. That's crazy work.
I mean, I've heard you say things, but I mean, you kind of do use Keishian logic at times, bro.
Baby mama logic is a bit of so. I feel like you got to read the room. That was a shot. You know, we take those words personal.
Okay. So can I say Keishian logic? Then I take it back, right? I say Keishian logic, right? Because
any kind of bitch logic, bro, that's a bad move. Like that's what I'm saying. You don't be like, bro, what you mean?
But he does it all the time. Like someone will make a valid point, like, well, let me tell you why you're wrong, and then he'll go into
say he was wrong.
onto it.
Right. I don't think he said he was wrong. I think he just kind of keeps Dirty Folks has a lot to say. So anything somebody says, he's gonna have something to say. I think that's just all that happened. I don't know if he said he was wrong per se, though. I think that particular point kind of got lost.
All right, who wants to take a bet? We got a $5 bet.
Right. Listen, if I run, that's why I don't like to gamble because
What's the bet?
Too.
Let's go. Let's put money on the board. How about that? We put money on it.
We're gonna close this one out. Listen, put it in the comment section. If you guys actually listened all the way to the last part of the show, put it in the comment section.
You know what, Hood?
The Dirty Folks.
I got a question for New York dudes.
Comment was wrong.
Hood,
Dick Thug had a comment. Hold on. Dick Thug put a comment up on the screen. Allegedly, allegedly American Man says Dirty Folks called Dick Thug wrong, and then he commented. I don't know if that happened. American Man says he got 5 on it. Help us out in the comments. If you listen this long, at least help us out this far. Put us in a comment who was right, because I don't want to replay the show. I gotta go.
I got a question for New Yorkers real quick.
I got Negro fatigue, bro. I'm over this now.
No, I got a question for New Yorkers. I've been wanting this for 30 years. Somebody help me out. There was a lyric that Biggie said, it's like, game is that, like they hustle backwards. What is that backwards? I've been trying to do this math for 30 years, bro. What's that backwards? Is that a New York slang? Pad?
I have no idea. We're not going to get to the bottom of that at any time.
Good night.
Wow. Yeah, we're not going to figure that one out tonight, man. You're going to have to put that one. Write that shit in your journal, bro. We got to come back to that later.
Biggie did talk about girl looking so good. He wanted to do that to her daddy.
Yeah, it's gonna be some gay shit.
That's some wild shit, bro. Big. That wasn't the only wild shit Big said, but you know, it is what it is. We're not gonna fight a hip hop battle. I'm done. I gotta get out of here.
All right, gentlemen.
These niggas will keep you up past your bedtime. This is why I gotta quit even earlier.
Peace out.
Yeah. Peace.
Right, man.
Shout out to the audience, man. Thank y'all so much. We will be back tomorrow with another show. I don't know what it's going to be about. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm going to do it. That's all I really know. You know, I'm not a guy with a plan. I'm like a dog chasing a car. I wouldn't know what to do with it if I got it. And this is what we do when we get monetized. You know, I just keep chasing the car. And so now that we're monetized, we're going to keep running this thing. And I'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to figure out something worthy of talking about, and we're going to have a panel. There's one other thing I wanted to say. I want to say this to all the panelists together, and especially to the one or two people who want to have like internet growth and all that too, because I get this, and I've done this to a degree, and I understand how it is. Now that I'm monetized, and I slowly want to move the majority of my time and content to the monetized channel, because duh, why wouldn't I? What I want to do, and again, I'm speaking to like my fellow content creators here. I want to grow this channel, and I want to keep it clean and running a certain kind of way, so that if I grow, we can grow together. Because I know I benefited from having contact and interaction with channels bigger than mine, and I get the business side of it to that degree. I get the connection side of it to that degree. And so I want to thank you guys, and hope you guys join me in this quest to like grow and do great things together. And shout out to everybody who clicks the link and joins the panel together, and a shout out again to the content creators out here, because I want everyone to grow. I think growth and expansion is important, and it's a giant, almost infinitely huge, infinite world out here, and I think we should all eat together. It's a big table.
Everybody must eat. Everybody must eat. Everybody must eat. Everybody must eat. Yes.
So thank you guys for helping me get to this point. And I can only ask you to help me get to whatever the next point is. I don't even have a point in particular. Actually, I do have one point. There's one last step in monetization I'm trying to cross. I need more watch hours, but we got to get that algorithm monetization. That's the next key. Super chats and memberships are great, but growth comes from the algorithm, and that's really why I want the content creators to help grow with this channel, and keep us in the bounds of money making and commercialization and whatnot. That way we can grow in the algorithm and grow together. And I'm almost across the algorithm finish line, and we can start getting Microsoft top dollar ads on the commercial. I want to get the good ads. I don't want the cheap Rumble ads. I want the good ads on the commercial. And so shout out to everybody. Thank you so much. I hope we can all grow this thing together, and we are out of here. Thank you so much for your contributions and your patience. Appreciate everybody, and you have a great night.
It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done.